2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you'd like to catch any of those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question: how are we doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. We've got a Sagittarius full moon coming up in Gemini season. We're going to talk about it because the thing I want to work the thing I want to work you through right now, okay? It's Audacity City. Okay? It's Audacity City. And the reason, so I want to, the thing I want to point out with this right now, okay, we gotta talk a little bit about it, because the thing about it, and I want to unpack it a little bit for you, because one of the things you have to keep in mind, and we're going to talk a little bit about what we've been experiencing, is you've probably had noticed that everybody has their sensitive pants on. Okay. Now, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It has everything to do with what one does whilst wearing the sensitivity pants. Okay. Because for me, like personally, like when I look astrologically, when I see Jupiter in Cancer, right? Jupiter in Cancer with Venus also in Cancer, you have to understand that that's a lot of deep diving there. Okay. And I'm also going to say this, and I want you to listen to me very carefully. I don't want you assuming anything. Okay. I don't want you making assumptions about anything right now. This is good energy to approach things with tenderness, right? With tenderness, with concern, in order to learn more. Okay. And if me saying that, like if you start going, I don't want to hear it. Okay. Because this is what I'm talking about. Because the thing you have to notice, and I just want to be and we have to, I feel like this right now, this period of time that we're currently experiencing between the you have to understand, we had a Libra moon a couple of days ago, and I like Libra moon, because to me, like, Libra moon is like lazy river kind of energy, right? But right now, okay, and this is what we have to be very conscientious about. Right now, we've got, I'm not even so much worried about the Sagittarius full moon. I'm worried about right now. Okay, I'm worried about right now, because what we've got right now is we've got a Scorpio moon as we're leading into a Sagittarius full. Okay, and that can make us, like, it can be a little punchy, because Scorpionic energy can be very similar to Aries energy, which means, like, and what is one of the things that we often see the Scorpios come here to work to do, right? Not necessarily being reactive to things, right? Allowing, like, I want to describe it. It's a good energy for direct action, but not reactivity. Okay? And you know what the difference is there. Okay, what is the difference between direct activation versus emotional reaction? Direct activation is the ability to kind of look at something, right? And to decide, right? Decide to do something in a way that is potentially rapid but feels best, right? Like it creates the space by which one is able to, like, critical thinking, as it were. So allowing the space by which one is able to take, right, a critical direction towards something versus, right, that's good energy right now. That's what I would be like, that's good to do, right? Being like, I want to, like, addressing things as they come and do it, moving quickly through things. Not good energy. Okay, watch that mouth. Okay, watch that. Because I'm telling you right now, right? I'm telling you right now, a lot of different things that are happening, right? A lot of different things that are happening. And I'm going to tell you, the scorpionic energy, like that, this is how I like to describe scorpion. Like, my reason my hands going like this is because this is how I like to describe scorpionic energy, which is just that moment where you're like, you know what I mean? Like, just those quick little, those little things that we often bring into things that can sometimes feel, right, can sometimes feel satisfying in the moment, but are not necessarily helpful. You know what I'm talking about. So I want you to be conscientious about that right now, um, because we're probably gonna have a lot of that, particularly as we're moving into the Sagittarius full moon that we have in a couple of days. If you're experiencing that, I'm gonna say it right now. All right, don't don't be like, don't, if someone's coming towards you, and that's why I said, like, welcome to Audacity City. If someone's coming towards you in a way that you know is completely unacceptable, remember who you are. You know, and I'm just going to say this, don't let another person's bad behavior change the way that you behave. Okay? That's no excuse for things. Okay? There's no excuse for things. I'm also going to bring this up right now because we had a really beautiful new moon to full moon reading that we did yesterday. And there was something very beautiful that we saw in relationality to the cards that were coming through in yesterday's reading. And one of the things that we effectively saw in yesterday's cards, and we're going to be doing a harmonic energy update to get into this fuller, because I feel like what we really saw was the understanding of the work that we potentially have experienced in that last relationship cycle, because we did see that there has been a shift in terms of relationship cycles that occurred this is kind of reaching us to the culmination or the closure point of the world relationships, moving into what seems to give strong indications to strength relationships. Now, getting further affirmation on that, as I was drawing the cards yesterday, I've got them out here. We saw, right, we've got that world card that came up in its transverse in combination with our four of pentacles in its transverse. And I want to describe these two cards together. I was saying this yesterday, I don't mind seeing a world card in its transverse, because the thing about it is, when you're working through worldliness, it's probably going to often feel, if you're doing it right, it's going to feel transverse, but it's really upright. And what do I mean by that? You know, a lot of the work that we saw that was being navigated during that during those world relationships is a direct result of the work that we see was happening with Jupiter in Cancer, right? And what does Jupiter in Cancer teach us? Jupiter in Cancer teaches us the paradoxical experience of what things look like from the outside, like what they look like from appearances, versus what it actually feels like to be in them, right? It's the concept of understanding, and this is often what happens as we arrive into manifestation goals. We have no idea, right? We can imagine, right? We can imagine what we can conceive, but the act of embodying a manifestation is very different from how others perceive it to be, right? I was describing it yesterday very much like what we see with the energy of a swan, right? Like you see a swan and all you see is the great, like all you see is the smoothness, right? All you see is the fluidity. You don't see, right? And that's what everyone else sees. But then what is the actual work of the manifestation goal there? It's those legs under the water, right? Those legs just digging up and kicking for like as hard as they can. And that gives the beauty, right? That gives the beauty of the simplicity, or what others perceive as simple, but actually is exquisite. It's expertise. And it's working through the irony that expertise, when expertise is successful, it makes the hardest thing in the world seem as easy as breathing, right? There you are, like boom, boom, boom. You'll be sitting there like doing the most difficult work, but when you have expertise in it, all others experience is the fluidity. So that, right, understanding or working through that context, that ability of being able to perceive the difference between how others perceive things versus what it feels like to be within it. We see that these are relationships that are building into the beauty, right? This is what they're finding. This is what they're finding in these relationships. And this is where we see these strength relationships starting, because the world relationships are building into or based upon the observation of mutual invested potential, the potentiality that we effectively bring forth to things. And in the context by which one is able to bring things like bring energy towards things, one is able to effectively identify and recognize what feels like an energetic or fortified approach as it relates to working towards a goal or working towards an aspiration. And these relationships are vivacious specifically because this isn't a latent potential, right? They're not the unhealed relationships where they're seeing someone being like, I can change them. No, none of that. It's the work by which they're feeling excited, right? It's the work by which they're feeling excited as it relates to the mutual possibility that's potentially present there. So we have a lot of that. We have a lot of that understanding that is potentially being articulated there. And in that context, we see that there's a little bit of like, I wouldn't be surprised if these relationships right now are feeling some kind of form of excitement, while these strength relationships are really building into that observational point, right? The honoring the transformation in terms of recognizing the difference between what something feels like on the outside versus what it actually means to embody it. Now, a lot of the work we also see, and the only card that came through in terms of that, the only card that came through yesterday that was upright for the new moon energy that we're moving away from is the Six of Swords, and it's upright. And I like the Six of Swords and it's upright in context with these other two cards because it talks to us about what responsibility means. And I want to point out, resonance and responsibility have the same, they have the same word connected to it, which is the understanding that when one is working patiently, one is often working responsibly, because the ability to effectively bring responsibility to things is being able to accurately define what creates the most resonance, right? So what do you see? What do you often see with responsible energy? Resonance, right? Not doing something necessarily for the self, but prioritizing the resonance of things, prioritizing where one puts one at one's effort that feels like it's the most resounding isn't necessarily the easiest thing to do, but it's always the most responsible. So we see that for a lot of the energy kind of working through that, that is bringing a lot of that that's that gravitas. That's that gravitas that I'm talking about that we're seeing in some of these strength relationships that are potentially starting up because they're super responsible. We're going to be talking a lot about that responsibility point. Moving into the full moon, and I really love the cards that we saw coming up for the full moon that we've got in just a few days, because the first card we started with was that Two of Cups and it's upright with the Hanged Man in its upright, and the Three of Swords in its reversal. Now, these cards together are beautiful because they identify the power of love, right? And the power of love, I like to point out, the power of love is holding things for each other, right? Like that's the power of love. The power of love is being able, the power of love is mostly holding, right? Because when we care about each other, right, then we're able, then we understand and we identify and we attenuate to what our needs are so that they can be more well met, if you will, right? And so I think what we really see there that's very beautiful is for a lot of the energy potentially doing that work. Um, this is a continuation of what I identify that we saw with those strength relationships, which is like it's not, and you'll often see this, right? You'll often see that with those who love a lot, right? Like often the space by which you ever see like the person who loves the most is often the person who loves the strongest, who's potentially always articulating that it's not a big deal, right? Like it's like the energy it goes like someone being like, I can't believe you did that, and someone being like, it's not that big a deal, right? And there they are, right? Like there that individual is doing their best to hold things for each other, right? So we've got a lot of that. We've got a lot of that gravitas. We've got a lot of that density there, if you will. And the observation or the understanding of being able to effectively identify and carry weight towards things is the identification point by which we're able to navigate or clarify upon what it is that we ourselves are working to achieve. So we see that for a lot of that energy, right? A lot of the work that we're potentially identifying and recognizing there's heaviness, there's stabilization, but there's also, right, there's the stabilization that comes with a sense of perfect energetic fluidity because the modality or the experience by which another individual is effectively being able to work through things, or the observation by which the energy is being able to kind of put forth that context or that concept by which one is able to effectively address things, what we effectively see that's occurring in those experiences is the healing conversation, and the conversation that we observe that allows for that point of clarity to occur is the identification or the ability for the energy. I keep on getting it's a beautiful moon for cleansing conversations, right? And what do I mean by, and here's the thing about it, a cleansing conversation is never a simple or an easy one, right? It's never a simple or an easy one. It's never the path of least resistance. It's the ability, and this is what we understand, a powerful conversation. And it's interesting, as you see, like there you go. I was trying to say conversation, and instead I got conversation, right? Because a healthy conversation stations us, which was what I was about to say. It plants our feet. It stabilizes us. It helps us to get energetically ready for what we can anticipate. So I feel like that's what we kind of see, right? That's what we kind of have with a lot of this energy. There's the ability or the capacity to work through stabilization by having, again, like hard energetic conversations that allow us to prepare ourselves. And in the space by which we prepare ourselves, we become energetically stronger, specifically and particularly, right? Specifically and particularly because we understand the shape or the nature of the work that we find is ahead of us. So that's what we effectively see that this moon is potentially bringing in, right? The clarification as it relates to feeling that point of stability or steadiness. Now, in terms of the bottom of the deck that we received yesterday, we got the Four of Cups in its upright. And the Four of Cups in its upright effectively talks to us, particularly in relationality to the cards that we see before us. It talks to us about navigating through difficult choices. And the thing about it is, and this is what we often recognize, right? There's no avoidance. There's no avoidance when it comes to the identification of clarity, right? And the ability to effectively bring, right? And this is what's beautiful in everything we do, right? One of the major hallmarks that we identify in a healing journey is our perception opening more. And this is often why you'll notate that manifest, like one of the qualities, one of the signs that you've moved into your manifestation goal is the fact that your manifestation goal will change, right? Because there you are, like a not productive manifestation goal is about a thing. Like I want that. Okay. Like, and it's a flat manifestation, right? It's a flat manifestation because then you want it, you have it, bum, it's fine. But a strong manifestation is one that is often the exploration and the understanding as to why something is important to us or why something has meaning. And it's the journey of kind of coming into that perception, right? And what often happens as you move towards that manifestation goal, that pure manifestation goal, you see more, right? You go there for a thing and you find possibilities. You find direction. You find more to energetically explore. So I think that there's something very important and intriguing in relationality to a lot of the work that we're potentially seeing here, because for a lot of the energy, that navigating through that observation of being able to understand how far one has come, it almost is the like the quality, right? Like it's the quality of being able to look at the past version of self that didn't understand the possibilities that were around them. And that's almost one of the most beautiful things that we see, because when we're working through that, then we understand and we hold, like, we don't get upset at ourselves, right? We don't get upset of ourselves for our lack of perception in the past, but we hold ourselves gently because it's a reminder, right? It's those moments that remind us how far we've come, right? And that ability is how we help each other, because it's that observation, right, of saying to another, like, if you move towards a manifestation, you're what you're going to find, you might desire a thing, but what you're going to find is possibility. Then we understand the beauty of being present to those possibilities, because when we're building into that, then it allows us the context of feeling the energetic joy in terms of being able to learn more, and not just the space by which we learn more, but in the gift by which we impart our knowledge to one another. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, June 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the not, I keep on doing this. We were going through all of the court cards. We've done the court cards. The court cards are done. Okay. We're going to be studying the ace cards. We're doing the aces, all four aces. So if you've had any questions about the ace card in the tarot, and it's actually really great because the last class we had, we actually ended on a question related to the aces. So I'm going to a certain extent be answering that question that we had in more detail. Then it's the perfect time for you to be able to join our classes. If you want to join our classes, you just need to head on over to our stack, become a paid subscriber there. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary for you to catch up. I guarantee you, I'm going to do my best to give you an update on all of the major significant points that you need to know in order to build into the lessons that we're currently at. But it's a great time to join because, again, if you do join, you'll have access to over 9 hours worth of material. You got a whole month to be able to bone up. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, Not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also receive complimentary one-on-one. You also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I try to do in these classes is make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletters there, which will give you updates on everything. I give you updates on my schedule, our online schedule, and my in-person events, as well as my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on what we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I will be releasing the full moon article on navigating this full moon probably today, probably later today, if not first thing tomorrow. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of clients for this reason, because those students and those classes are built for each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer, for those who are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or biweekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. Now, if you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or biweekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everybody just a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective reads in the next few minutes. We do have individuals who have priority today. So the way we do it here is anybody who gets on the list before I go live has priority to be read for before we start the daily collective. We've got 3 individuals on the list for today for priority. Anyone else who gets on the list today will be read for after the daily collective, which means you'll be first on the list. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Julia, thank you so much for getting on the list. You'll be the first person read for once we complete the collective. Excellent. I need to point out, Sir Papa, you've got the opportunity of being anywhere right now. You've got a very finite amount of time on this earth that you could be utilizing. You could be at this moment doing something that could change someone's life. You could be doing something right now that changes your own life. You could be fixing that wound you created. You could be helping someone in need. You have the choice and the option to be anywhere. So why are you choosing it to post cruel things in a chat space? What are you find? What are you? I'm not forcing you to be here, but yet you find yourself here. I've got a very simple rule for this space. There's clearly something that you need, or else you would not be present. There's clearly the space by which you desire my attention because you're trying to be adversarial towards me, which puts you in the role of the adversary. So I would ask you, you're welcome to stay if there's something here you need, but I have a very simple rule for the chat space. You have to be kind to everybody within it. It's a very simple rule. It's the earliest rule. And that inclusion of kindness includes my person as well. So again, I welcome you. I welcome the opportunity for you to be able to stay if there's something here that you might be able to relate to. In fact, a lot of the work that we do here, the messages that come through, The reason we articulate that these are donated gifts is because often a message that one person donates to the collective, another needed to hear. However, I will be very clear that if there's unkindness happening in the chat space, it will be cause for you to be removed. Thank you so much. I hope you have an absolutely beautiful day. Good to see you, Lucas. How are you doing today? One moment, please. I'm doing so well today, Flip. How are you doing? And welcome. Good to see you, Ivana. You're the first person we'll be reading for today. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Welcome, Chasing. I love your username. Chasing Sunsets is such a beautiful name. Thank you for the compliment, Ivana. It got a little chilly here. I went out for a run today. I was like, what happened? I was like, oh no, it got cool. Absolutely. How you doing today, Claire? I've got you on the list as well. A 7.5. Okay, we like that. Being a Scorpio Sag right now. Oh my, like listen to me. Okay? You know I know and even if they deserve it. Okay, Chasing, even if they deserve it, okay? Don't let someone provoke you. Remember who you are. Okay? That's all I'm going to say to you right now. Okay? If you've got Scorpio Sag right now, because this energy this energy, I want to point out it's like this. It's like this is what this energy. Can you say that again, please? No, 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 it's fine. I'm fine. Yeah, just say that again. It's like absolutely. Happy Friday, Per. So good to see you. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Per. Absolutely. And thank you for that gift, Melissa. I appreciate you. You just gave a mini tarot reading. Oh, to your partner, and you told them that remember who you are and don't react. I'm going to tell you right now, those are some of the hardest readings to do, right? When I teach, I always say the hardest people to read for are people that are close to us and the self. So, congratulations if you were able to have a successful reading there. Absolutely. I mean, rationale, I think it's a very interesting question because you have to identify the fact that you're putting qualities and characteristics related to a human experience to a divine one, right? So it's interesting because it begs the question: are you thinking about it the proper way, right? I'll take that. But yeah, I mean, like there are worse things I've been called, so thank you for the compliment. We are all made of stars, Jason. Absolutely. I appreciate that. How you doing today? Good to see you. It's really funny. So I got to point out, if you guys head over to the place where we keep the videos, it's very clear to me that there are some children that have access. It's really amazing because I just need to point this out. It's very clear that there are a bunch of children that have access to the chat space because they're posting the most childish jokes there. Like it's immediately like so I'm going to say this to the children who are making I'm going to just go ahead and say this to the children who are making fart jokes like over in the chat space. Go find your parent. Please go find your parent. Go get an adult. You're not but you should be at school right now. I'm not sure what you're doing there, but you know that there are better places that you need to be, okay? I'm very aware that Yeshua loves me, Bambi. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Oh, I hope they have. They're 100 years, Alex. Oh, what an incredible celebration point. I hope they have the most beautiful day. What an honor to reach that age. I'm doing well today, Flip. How are you doing? Excellent. I would be absolutely delighted to turn that age, Wheezy. Being able to age is such a beautiful gift. There are so many people that don't have that honor. I consider every year a blessing. Oh, Brittany. I hope it's helpful. Again, if I hope, please let me know, Brittany, if there are captions here, because one of the things I'm trying to work through on the place where we keep the videos is finding ways to have the live have captions. So if there's any way you want to reach out to me privately so that we can work through that, I would be delighted to try to make this more accessible. Absolutely. I mean, I need again. I have to point out, Sir Papa. I think that you're projecting. I think that it's very clear that you're making assumptions in terms of other trauma that you've experienced in different places, considering this is the first time I've seen you here. So again, I'm going to articulate that the only place, like the only space, that this is not a space to spread hate or to articulate upon who you hate. So if you are going to continue to speak in a hateful manner or what we would identify as like hate speech, then it will result in you being muted and reported. Okay. Thank you. Oh, Brittany, I really appreciate that. What a beautiful thing to say. Thank you so much. It's a total honor to be able to be given that comparison. How you doing today, Hawk? Again, I find it very distasteful when another individual, Tom, what makes you assume that my body is here for your appeal? What makes you assume that? I find it very distasteful when others assume that individuals exist for their appeal. And thank you so much as well, Nay. Absolutely. How you doing today, FDR? Good to see you. Melissa, thank you for those gifts. I appreciate you. Thank you for confirmation as well, FDR. Grand Rising, Nicole. So good to see you today. Absolutely. And thank you, Nicole, for reposting and thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Also, thank you for encouraging everyone to tap the screen. Please remember, friends, when we get to 50K likes over on the clock app, I am going to be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And Savannah, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you, Big Moma, for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. And Melissa, thank you for those glasses. They were so cute. I've never seen them before. Oh, the classes have been fantastic. Thank you so much, Denise. I really appreciate it. I try very hard to make the classes fantastic, and I'm trying to keep them to an hour. It was hard with the court cards. I know that we had some classes that were going a little bit over, but I knew when I was going to teach the court cards that way that they were going to be the longest classes that we're going to experience because we're effectively having to learn four different cards in one class. But I also thought it was really important that we viewed the system together. Like I tried a million different ideas and I was like, no, this is the way it has to be done. Oh, your moon's in Cap. Oh, how are you feeling right now? How are you feeling right now with this energy? Because I'll tell you right now, like there's something about old wounds coming up right now, Lucas. Guys, make sure to give Lucas some love. Reader supporting readers. Who's asking me to read for them? So we are for those who are joining us on the place where we keep the videos. We're going to get started on the free collective. We've got 3 readings. The way we do it here is anyone who has on the list before we start the collective has priority to be read for, but we will be doing a free reading for those who are here once we complete those 3 readings. If you want to get on the list, you can do so via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. And again, if you become a paid member, everyone who is a paid member always receives a free card in each day in a one card reading. I'm Italian, Jordan. There's no way I'm not going to be expressive. It's in my soul. Oh, I think that's beautiful. That's a beautiful context, Brittany. Absolutely. I know. Well, no, Brittany, I was the same way. Mine went very, very early. I think it's a gift, you know? My hair's been like this color for quite some time. I kind of, yeah, I was like by 30 mine as well. Oh, thank you for the compliment. Absolutely. You're so welcome, dear. Excellent. Wonderful. How you doing today, Ava? Don't worry about it. And so listen, we everybody according to their needs here. So again, one of the things that we do for those who can afford to have a reading, the reason we articulate them as donations is because more times than not, a reading that another person donates for themselves is something that another needed to hear as well. We're doing tarot readings here at Keo. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Excellent. And good to see you today, Melissa. Thank you for those gifts. Yeah, it's a Sag full moon is what at least what I'm seeing on my side, unless I'm mistaken, which wouldn't be wouldn't be it happens from time to time. Absolutely. That's interesting though. But here's the thing about it. It's interesting that you thought that. There might be there I feel like the thing about it is there might be something that you're working to unpack in this, you know? Oh, we're doing a dream for you, Ivana. I got you, dear. Stevie, good to see you, and thank you for reposting. Thank you for it's an explicit okay, it's a spicy dream. Okay, we got a spicy dream coming in. Just a reminder to anybody who would like a dream interpretation, you can include the dream in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels if you become a super fan or a paid member. Oh my God, I have a Sag stellium Scorpio. So yeah, and here, yeah, it's just, yeah, chasing. Just you know, don't just choose peace right now, okay? Which means it doesn't like you can be kind of firm about things, but making sure that you're clear as to what you're being firm about. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. No problem. How you doing today, Jesse? And thank you for the follow, dear. Oh, I really appreciate that, Chasing. That's really kind of you to say. I'm glad that I make your morning better, and thank you for being a part of this collective because you make mine better that way. Thank you, Lucas, for sharing the live and for reposting. I appreciate you as well. All right, just bear with me a moment. Excellent. Yeah, it's just explicit. Okay. Thank you. But here's the thing. I really appreciate you letting me know, Ivana. I'll eyeball it before I read it to make sure that we're in a good space with it. I love that. Recently noticed my energy is naturally doing that as well. I'm very glad to hear that, Chasing. Excellent. Oh, you're new to the tarot. Well, Keo, I will point out also, I offer a class program to those who are looking to learn the tarot. If you head over to my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio, you'll be able to find my stack. The tarot class subscription program is a monthly program we hold. We just finished our class on the court cards and the pentacle suit. That's actually available now as for those who are monthly subscribers. So our next class is going to be on June 18th, and we're going to be studying the ace cards. Excellent. All right. And again, if you become a paid member and you get access to the disco, we've got a large community there of those who are also practicing and learning the cards. So it's a great place to be if you're learning to read. So excellent. All right, my friends, we are going to get started on those personal reads so we can move into the free collective today. But the first person we have priority on today is Ivana. Ivana is going to be doing a dream reading. Ivana, is it inside tea or outside tea? Just pulling it up. Where'd you post it? Oh, I see where you posted it. I got you. Inside tea. Okay, thank you. All right, so friends, this is actually going to be an inside tea dream. So for that reason, there's sensitive information related to this dream. So while I read the dream, I'm going to give you guys a hearth warmer, something to keep you busy as I finish reading up on the dream. But we got a couple of things before we get started on the dream. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to warm up those intuition muscles today with an intuition check. Oh, what was that beautiful gift? Oh, I love it. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. How you doing, Wing? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got this adder. We'll do it again after the next reading. And the hearth warmer that we have today, a good hearth warmer to discuss as I read over this dream is, what are you doing right now to try to create better balance within and without? Okay. And you know what we do as well before we start? Well, I'm gonna hold on the coconut until we start until we get to the interpretation part. Okay, we've got a fragment. Mm-hmm. Mm, yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm, wow. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh dear. Okay. Well, yeah, that's a disturbing dream. I understand. I understand why you wanted to keep it inside. All right, we're gonna get to it. But before we do so, we are going to bust out the dream coconut as we do prior to beginning a dream. All right. And thank you for being the first one on the list today, Ivana. You will be having an additional card in your reading. Interesting. Oh, 4 cards, please. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And one more. Oh, you had an extra card hiding there. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. Wow. So clearly I want to just bring up the fact that this is a shadow work dream. And what often shadow work dreams are by their nature very, very triggering. The first thing I want to articulate is our dream space. We can't have things occur to us in the dream that we haven't already experienced. So I want you to understand that what we're effectively seeing here are reinterpretations of the trauma that you experienced before coming into connection with counterpart. But also, and this is really important because you identified the fact that you said that you saw in the dream space as these things were happening, that your counterpart and someone connected to them were standing beside you, right? Because this is often what happens when we're going through our healing journey. It's the observation of being able to look back and see things that we could not see before, given the vista of the healthy place by which we are energetically standing. So, where do we effectively see you now? We see you working through, right? There you are with yourself, counterpart, and the energy by which you see, right? I would not be surprised if you notice the fact that that counterpart works towards the word I keep on getting, respect, right? The respect that the respect that you see or experience in relationality in a relationship that is changing your perspective as it relates to something that you potentially experienced in the past, which is why you are potentially looking back. And I want to talk about the fact that I would not be surprised if you had 3 very difficult relationships that you had to effectively heal from prior to coming into relationship with your counterpart. and we're going to kind of work through them. You identified that the first energy was very tall and muscular, and um, they had like a very they had a very specific haircut, and you said that the energy was very aggressive. So what we effectively identified there is potentially someone who was very obsessed with their appearances, right? Because you identified the fact that I keep on hearing the space by which you identified, right? Potentially someone who holds themselves to an unreasonable standard in terms of what they themselves, like how, like I keep on getting a sleek energy, right? A sleek energy that holds themselves to an unreasonable standard that potentially made you feel energetically inadequate all the time, which is why you identified that you were effectively feeling like you were fighting, right? And often what happens, right? This is what it can sometimes feel like when we're trying to heal from a relationship, because it's the recognition point, right? It's the recognition point by which we identify that a relationship isn't healthy, right? The observation of being able to identify something that we recognize is not what we energetically that we find appealing. And even in the context by which we see you dealing with that, what we effectively observe has to do with the fact that we see that you're there working through that. And even in the context by which you're working through it, right, you're trying to move away from it, and another person keeps on coming towards you. So the context of potentially healing from a relationship with an individual that was very obsessed with appearances, that probably tried to put that same obsession onto you as it relates to making you feel very self-conscious all the time. And in the space by which you were trying to heal by getting away from them, being like, if you don't like me, then why do you keep coming here, right? And the space by which they potentially continue to try to come towards you, because it creates the strangeness as to why somebody would constantly be pulling you apart, because again, our capacity to love is only as equal as the love that we give ourselves. So that observation, or the space by which we identify that they were going through, that was the observation by which you recognized or identified how hard it was to potentially heal from a relationship like that. We then see, right, and you kind of coming breaking free of it was you coming into the space of being able to heal. And then we find the next relationship. And I think it's important because I want you to bring up something to your attention. Do you see how specific you were in terms of identifying and recognizing all of the details of the first person? The second one becomes nondescript, right? You literally said you could not remember their description for the life of you. And you said it felt like they were it was like, and you said that you identified that when with the individuals there, this was something that you energetically felt. You used the word offering, and you said it's like they had to give. It's like the space by which another person felt like they had to give you over, and you had to effectively give into it. And the space by which you identified the second individual, I want to see, like, what's interesting about that is potentially going through a relationship by which you didn't necessarily feel that there was anything wrong with it, but that's what was wrong about it, right? A relationship that felt like it was, like I keep on getting, it felt like fine energy, which is like, it's not necessarily like, and these are sometimes also very difficult to deal with, because we can be in relationship with another person, but if the spark isn't there, right, if the spark isn't there, right, if we don't feel connected, then it basically it sometimes feels, it feels like a relationship by which we feel the desire to be in it, but we can't, we just don't feel energetically connected to the person that we're in the relationship with. So that's why we see that that one may have felt very painful to recover from, because it potentially, I wouldn't be surprised if you had to go through a relationship where somebody said, like, what am I doing wrong? I can fix it. And you basically having to say to them, it's nothing you can fix. I just don't feel, right? Like you didn't feel that the spark was there, right? You didn't feel that spark that sometimes creates the feeling of shared joy between you and another person. And so that's when you describe, and that's why you said, like, that's why the individual or the work that you're healing from there feels energetically nondescript. Because I wouldn't be surprised if you said to someone, I can't put my finger on it, but I just know that this isn't it. Right. And this brings us to the third dream, like the third individual or the third person that you felt like you had to heal from. And at that point, you identified the fact that, you were kind of, and you were like, and this is what we see. This is actually where we observe you doing the work to heal right now, because you said that this was the most recent relationship that you probably had prior to coming into energetic union. And you said that they were very different, right? They were very different from the first energy, and you can't remember the second one. Okay. So again, you're working into the observation of what you were effectively healing from. And you identified this person as having a largesse about them, right? There was a largesse. So we've got this largesse there. And you identified that they wore something similar. You identified the fact that they were a greenish color. Okay. So we see them in the context by which there's largesse. And we also see the fact that there was the color green associated. And you said, that's all you can remember. And you said it felt very uncomfortable, and you felt energetically uncomfortable with it. So what we potentially see there is potentially you healing from someone who had a very big ego, right? Someone who had a very, very big ego, right? Which is again opposite from the first, but not all that different. Okay? Because it's not somebody who's obsessed, right? Somebody who's obsessed with their appearance can often feel like they're withering, right? Because they can never get sleek enough. Whereas this energy feels like there's largesse, which is somebody who potentially has someone who has an overinflated sense of the self that is built into jealousy, which is why you identified them as green. And the space by which you identified that it felt like they weren't wearing very much is the identification point by which, right? Like here's the thing about it, like when one has an overinflated sense of the self, it can feel very uncomfortable to be out with to be around someone like that, because you're feeling the cringe for them, right? Like you're feeling, you feel the cringe for them, right? You feel like it's like a lot of this type of energy potentially from the observation of someone who's like, again, like someone who's working into that space. And so then you identified the fact that you said that you were aware, and this is very, very important. You said that you were aware that you had to do it, because if not, you felt like something bad would happen to everyone there. And this is what we effectively identify that happens when we're healing from relationships, or relationships, like old relationships, right? Because your ability, and this is where you are now, your ability to understand and going through the work, right? Going through the work of understanding or recognizing what you had to move away from has led you to where you are today. But the work in terms of healing from it has just begun, right? Because it's the observation of experiencing, right? The modality, or like the observation of of the work, trying to energetically separate from those experiences, right? And it feels volatile and it feels messy, because you observe that in each of those experiences, right? The nature of those relationships profoundly changed you, right? You learned something very important about the human experience in each of those experiences, by which you observe something within another that you could not change, but you would have to accept in order to be able to maintain the relationship. And your ability to effectively choose not to accept it, right? The articulation on the definition of why we see them like this is potentially the assessment that you're, the energetic assessment that you gave as to why you potentially had to separate from them. The first energy being someone who's potentially, when someone's over obsessed, it feel with the self or the way that they look, then they will be obsessed with you in turn, right? You don't get to escape that. You become part and parcel with it because you become an attaché or connected to them. So they start putting that same degree of intensity on you, which is why you often see it so difficult for those who are obsessed with appearances to maintain healthy relationship, because then the partner has to endure the same treatment. While as the second one, this is the most painful one because sometimes it's just not there. As much as we want it to be, as much as we look at something and say, like we look at a relationship and say, like, I wish I felt like something, but the feeling of not having that spark, it's not something we can control, right? Which is why we see that there was the space by which that was potentially difficult because, right, you identified the word offering, which is you potentially saying, maybe if I stay a little longer, that'll change, until you finally recognized that that was just the quality and condition of the connection. Whereas the third one, the largesse of a person, right, somebody who's got too inflated of an ego, right, is the space by which, and potentially the way that they perceive others from a space of jealousy instead of compassion, was something that you had to learn too. And the reason you face all of those is all of those qualities help you stay energetically informed in being the best partner that you can be, right? It's not the fact that that work, right? It's not the fact that that work, and you even described it, it feels violent, it feels painful to heal from, right? It feels difficult, but your ability to be able to assess and understand the quality and condition by which you chose different fortifies you in relationality to the direction that you're presently headed in. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, particularly with the hangman in its reversal. It's hard, like, and I want to describe this. Shadow work dreams can be very uncomfortable because the guides are often showing us things in ways that we haven't perceived them, right? And so your ability to potentially be able to readdress those things from the past in a way that you haven't before is not the space by which you identify. And like, I think even identify, you can see how far you are on your healing journey. You know, the space by which the ability to identify that they may have brought things out in you that you do not feel are connected to you, right? It's the fact that you just described that being in those relationships felt like conflict was the identification point by which you can't hold yourself harshly in a moment that you are acting to protect the self. So if there's something that was happening in those relationships that you've come to regret, you have to ask yourself, was that the person that you were, or was that the person that you became to try to protect yourself at all costs, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you will be the fourth person read for today. You'll be the second person read for after we do the daily collective. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book private readings on my site. Thank you for those gifts, Melissa. I'm happy to read the list right now. The list we've got is we just read for Ivana. Per and Claire have priority. Julia will be read for once we complete the daily collective. Stella, did you get on the list? Okay. All right. And just reading back on the comments that came through as I was reading, Grand Rising Yuns. Yes, I just finished a dream interpretation bad. Okay. Hi there, Fields. Okay. Yeah, I've got a very simple rule here in the chat space, friends. You have to be kind in order to stay. If you're being rude to anybody in the chat space, you will be muted and removed. That kindness is inclusive to me as well. Also, talking about illicit substances will also get you removed. Absolutely. This was no. So Kenny, you have to understand. This was there was a dream that I was interpreting, and there was a request by the person I was reading to keep the information sensitive, which is why you don't have all the details on what I was reading upon. Grand evening, Yuns. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Oh, thank you, Brittany. I'm sending you so much support today. And thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Okay. Hi there from Austin. How you doing today, Big? I know it's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing that there are universal messages that connect all of us. I think it's interesting that you're articulating upon the fact that that's a negative, Kenny, instead of a positive. I'm doing well today, Carol. How are you doing? Excellent. I'm doing well today. I'm very aware of Yeshua that loves Yeshua loves everybody. So, all right, we're going to continue right now. The next person who we're reading for today is going to be Per. Per, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question? And I'm going to continue to read over some of these messages that came through. Hi there, Bridget, minding your own business. How are you doing today, dear? Good to see you. Definitely does not have feathers. I saw it. I saw that, Lucas. Oh my gosh. I'm still reeling from when you said, what did you say? I love winged creatures or something. Absolutely. And thank you. I'm learning when it's time to take a vacation for myself. I love that, Melissa. Tap to claim. What a beautiful thing to create balance in one's experience. I know these are getting intense. Hi there, Wing. So these are donation-based readings. So if you'd like to get on the list for a personal reading, all you need to do is send the donation payment. It's 3 cards for $29 for non-subscribers. Or we're going to get started on the free collective reading. We've got 2 more individuals on the list before we start with the collective. Also, those who are paid subscribers always receive a free 1 card reading each day. That includes those who are paid members over on the place where we keep the videos. When my partner starts having tantrums, I'm going to start popping popcorn. Okay, appreciate that, Melissa. I don't know if that's going to help with their feeling. Yes, we're doing priority reads right now, Stella. Good to see you today. Oh my goodness. Sending you support, Melissa. And Mandy, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you, Ivana, confirming. Yes, I did before meeting my partner. Thank you for confirming. Absolutely. Lola. So it's a very good question. The best way the so Lola asked the question in terms of determining if one is a seer or an oracle. The best way I would articulate, like one of the things I often do for my clients, particularly when we're doing mentorships, is trying to determine the quality and nature of their gifts. The best way I can describe it is seers. Seers are often very gifted in being able to see things. So in the space by which one is effectively acting as seer, your ability to be able to your ability to be able to see the full scope of a situation, there's a bit more. The best way I like to describe it is I like to define that as having a bit more of an astral quality to it, right? Which is being able to potentially, you often see that those who are seers are able to identify the location of things or where things are energetically placed. Oracular energy can often bring valuable insight to circumstances or situations, helping you understand the way that one should be able to perceive it as it relates to a shift in perspective. So others, and I'm going to point out there are others who might have different opinions in relationality to the quality of the difference between those, but that is my personal perspective on it. It's a beautiful question. Thank you for asking it. Thank you, Carice, for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please by all means feel free to correct me. And yes, R, the list is open if you would like to get on the list. Happy to read the list right now. The list we have, Per and Claire have priority, and Julia will be read for once we complete the daily collective. If there's anybody on the hold list who would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you are added to the hold list. And also, if you're joining us on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on the list via my tree that has links in it in my bio or the links I posted earlier in the top of the chat. Thank you for the compliment on my shirt, sir. Yep. Thank you for the compliment, Big. Oh, I'm very sad to hear that, Kenny. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Excellent. Hi there from Hawaii. How you doing today, Corey? Mm-hmm. Okay. So, oh, thank you for confirming. All right. So, Ivana, and thank you for confirming the dream. So, you did confirm that you had 3 major relationships prior to coming into connection. So, these are basically helping to understand the quality and condition by which one was working through those experiences. Stella, can you just confirm? Okay. Thank you for letting me know, dear. Can you send me the initial? Thank you for letting me know. I'll double check now in terms of when that was sent. Okay. Hi there. How are you doing today, Virgo? Welcome. Excellent, Kat. Thank you for those beautiful gifts. I'm looking for it right now, Stella. Questions in the disco. Thank you for letting me know, Per. And just for those who are joining us, we've got some individuals who have priority prior to the daily collective starting today. So we are doing those readings. Once we complete these readings, we will be moving into the daily collective. Okay. And I do have you on the list as well, Stella, and it does appear that you did get that donation in. So you will also have priority and be read for before we start the daily collective. Thank you for confirming. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, we have 5 spots available before the list will be closed. And Kenny, maybe if you stick around, you might be able to start hearing things. You'd be pretty surprised. Hi there, Alana. It's so cool that Ivana's message, even with brevity, is similar to myself. Thank you. Alana, that's exactly what we're talking about. This is often why we identify that those who give readings here are donating their reading to the collective, because the guides try to work as effectively as possible. So they'll often try to overlap messages in order for those who need to be here to receive them are here to receive them. And yes, Kath, the list is open if you'd like to get on the list. Absolutely. Yep, I got you, Stella. Excellent. And thank you so much for the follow. Ihe, and Meech. All right, let's get to it. We are now reading. The next person we're reading for is Per. Just a reminder to anyone who's a super fan. If you become a super fan, you have access to the Disco where you can post your question. If you have information related to the read, you can post it there, or you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. That includes anyone who's a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos. I I hope something you receive here helps you heal that sadness today, Brittany. And thank you for being here and receiving these messages. I am very happy, Kenny. I wish that for you as well. All right, let's get to it. Outside tea for Per. Oh boy. Oh gosh. All right, we're gonna get right into it. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're gonna count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. She's gonna be so mad. She's gonna be so mad every time, like clockwork. Every time, like clockwork. We got the frog. We will do this again after the next reading. Oh my gosh, Luigi, thank you so much for that beautiful flow state. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, dear. Excellent. Oh my gosh, she's going to be so upset. For those joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, we have a certain member of our collective who always calls for this energy, and it only shows up when she's not here. She's in a very toxic relationship with the frog. All right, we're going to get to it. And thank you so much for those beautiful coins, Luigi. I appreciate you. Okay. You absolutely, you don't have to worry about it, Brittany. Like this is why it's a collective. Those who can, so that those who can't are able to receive these messages. So thank you. I appreciate the sentiment though. And thank you again, Luigi. Excellent. Where are we? All right, perfect. So we've got outside tea for Per right now, and I'm going to pin up Per. Guys, make sure to give Per some love. Oh, I know. We're going to get, I mean, okay, so outside tea, it feels like my dream flow has dried up. And I just need to point something out. As you posted that, like as you posted that, Per, someone over on the place where we keep the videos gave me a flow state gift. Okay. So we're gonna get to the synchronicities. I love a nice synchronicity. I love spirit. You can't beat a good synchronicity. Like right in the middle, like right at the start of the day, just to warm things up. Um, at first I thought I was barely dreaming because my mother's dog has been staying at my location, but the dog's gone since Monday, and my dream flow still isn't back to its usual frequency. In almost 2 weeks, I've only had 2 dreams that I could actually remember afterward. Could it be that my guides think I need some rest, or am I going through some kind of recalibration? I would love to hear the answer from my guides. I'm not mad about it. I'm just a bit bored and missing my morning routine. Okay, one moment, please. Can I get 4 cards, please? Mm-hmm. Oh, Lord. Okay. Yep, 2 more, please. Oh my God. When I tell you the answer to this, when I tell you the answer to this, um, I want you, I need you to understand. Um, okay, so your guides are taking something that you said literally. And I think you need to clarify. I think you need to take a minute to clarify to your guides what you meant is what I'm getting. Because you, I can't believe I have to give you this message. I can't believe I'm sorry. So um when we spoke, okay, when you and I spoke, you related the message. You related the message that you were taking a vacation and that you were taking a break and that you needed a little break. And they I think you need to explain the context of what you meant by that. Because if it's happening since if it's happening since Monday, I'm get like I'll just show you the cards, which is and it's just you just have to be more specific as to clarifying to them that we articulate that what you are like what exactly, right, like what exactly you meant in relationality to wanting to take some time away from something. Because you know it's stating to me, particularly with these cards, that like you know the attenuation that I might there's a couple of different things that are happening, okay, but you gotta be specific. You gotta be specific. You gotta be specific because I feel like the context by which I feel like it's the context by which they energetically overheard that and were like, oh, okay. So B, I think that one of the like and again, I think that this would be like not in a humor way, because they're energetically laughing about it too. But like identify, right? I identify upon what it is that you're energetically seeking in the dream space, okay? Because there's a couple of different things that are happening right now, okay, and some of them do have to do in relationality to to divine count. Like there is something you've kind of articulated upon the fact that there is a little bit of this quietude that I'm energetically seeing here, and there's something important that I'm identifying there in relationality to um navigating through some of that quietude. Because and it's very interesting because what I'm reading into is some like I do feel like it's interesting because I have the observation. I feel like you and your divine counterpart um share the same system of guides is what I'm seeing. And so I also see that one of the reasons, and I got to point this out, um, one of the reasons you might be having a bit of quietude right now as well. Like the humor part aside, has to do with the fact that you'll recall that one of the dreams that you recently had, one of the dreams that you recently had was an observation in terms of where your divine counterpart is and what they're energetically doing at this time. And I keep on getting they're going through a profound low point. I see somebody who is potentially like working through a moment by which they identify this as one of the lowest points in their life. And the connection I'm getting on that is, um the feeling, the best way I can describe it is the feeling that you have. The reason that guides were showing you the connection to the pink bedspread, okay? Whatever you feel when you saw that pink bedspread from the past life, remember the feeling, the feeling like that you get, like that feeling of something, the feeling of something that makes you feel somewhat sick, okay? There, that memory, that same feeling is what they are energetically connecting to where they are now. It is the like somebody who feels like someone has them in a state where they feel that they are energetically pathetic. And I keep on getting that something about the pathos of it is expressed in the fact that you saw, right, in the fact that you saw those pink, the fact that you saw the connection to pink, right? They're developing that same pathos that you experience from that past life memory. They're going through that currently in this one. So I feel like I see like there's two things happening right now that I'm identifying that's related to the guides, which is the fact by which they're still there, right? They're absolutely still there, but there's a part of them that was taking you, like, quite literally. Is what I keep on hearing, quite literally. So your ability to articulate to them what you're still energetically available for will potentially start to allow that, but also give it a little time right now, because I've got like an all hands on deck. I'm getting like an all hands on deck situation that's potentially happening right now with your counterpart. And I would not be certain, I would not, in the way you'll know that this is true, like the way you'll probably know that this is true is if your guides send an emissary. So if it, like often I notice the fact that in your dream space, your guides come collectively. But if in the space by which somebody shows up in your dream and is like, I'm here to tell you everything's okay, like that's like that, I keep on getting like that's almost going to be a point of confirmation to you, to know the fact that they're like, we are dealing with this. Like you're going like, we are dealing with a situation. Your dream is very important to us, but we are dealing with a situation is what I keep on getting. I'm getting a little bit of this this hold please around it, bottom of the deck. Yeah, like there I keep on like, it's an all hands on deck is what I'm getting. It's an all hands on deck situation, because like I just keep, I feel like it's some, you know what, they're going through an awakening. Oh my god, they're going through an awakening process on top of all of this is what I'm getting. Yeah, just a little, I keep on getting like just a little awakening, like just a little awakening on top of everything that's happening right now is what I keep on getting, because I keep on seeing someone like someone being like the least opportune time. Like the least, like the least opportune time is what I keep on seeing. So it feels to me like, and I keep on like, like they're like the guides have got, like I can see the guides articulating upon the fact that they've got it, but like I just keep on seeing like it's like, like it's a lot of You know what? You know what's so funny? Where's your book? I've got a song. I've got a song that they're sending me with the image from the image from the music video of the song is going to give you clarification on what they're going through right now. So, um, let me just put it here. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let me just write it down. Okay. Yeah, if you message me for that, I'll give you the name of the song. You'll know it, but you'll like it's gonna. I feel like it's gonna give you a little bit. I feel like the guides are showing that to me to help you see what they're currently dealing with right now. They're like, they're like, just give it a minute. Excellent. How you doing today, Pisces? Good to see you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things. Oh, I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right, what do we got here? Absolutely. Just bear with me a moment. Thank you for those roses, Stella. All right, let's continue right now. Yeah, but I want to point out even the fact by which you recognize counterpart business with the association of the symbol and relationality to what it connects to you per like further confirmation. Yeah. Yeah, you said they said you need some rest. No, they didn't say that they need that she needed rest. They didn't. They weren't the ones that said it. I know what you meant, but sometimes the guides take what we say very literally. Yes. Okay. Thank you for confirming that it seemed to happen after that. Yes. You just need to be a little more specific. I mean, you know, yeah, absolutely. Oh no, you had like you like you've got like some depending on the guide. Depending on the guide. My personal experience is that like my personal experience is you have to be very very specific with angelic guides because angelic guides they're like but that's what you asked for. I didn't mean that. I did it. Yes, absolutely. Oh, thank you, Avatar. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's there's 2 different things happening is what I keep on getting. Yeah, absolutely. Kath, thank you for getting on the list here. We've got 4 more spots today before the list will be closed. Yeah, yeah, there it's a lot. They're going through it. Yeah. Like I feel like I see somebody that did not believe in things and like they're like like mhm. Hi there, Pisces. So good to see you. Guys, give Pisces some love. Readers supporting readers. Yeah, this explains everything. I'm so glad, Per. Yep. Hold on a minute. How many guides do you think we have? It's everyone I read for is different, Lachelle. It has to do with what we need. Like guides, like there isn't like everybody's team, like everybody's energy is effectively different. So one of the things I often do with those who I work through is ascertaining the nature of the energetic, like the energy around the self that's working to support one on one's journey. So I've got some individuals I read for. They've got a couple. I've got some that have one. I've got some who've got several. It really is a case by case basis. Hmm. Yeah. I feel like I need hundreds. Well, and they can change. I'll point out, our guides can often change too in the context of our experience. You know, it has a lot to do. The journey, like it has a lot to do with where we are in our journeys. I got you, Kath. You're so welcome, dear. Yes. Yeah, there you go. Perfect example. So for, and some of us are very, some of us can see our guides very clearly. Sometimes the guides prefer to stay more hidden. It's not a qualitative state. It's where it's what we like, it's always with the definition of what is felt is best for us at that time and moment. Mhm. Absolutely. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. All right, so the next person, so the list we have right now is Stella and Claire. Both have priority to be read for before we start the daily collective. Julia and Kath, you guys will be read for once we complete. And we've got 4 spots available today before the list will be closed. If you would like to get on the list to have a reading today, you don't have any with menace tendencies. Come, you know, you're like with with your menace. You're not. It's not that you're a menace, Per. We've been through this. You see, like it's the space by which they're doing their best to protect you. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for is Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps, letting me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list, as I mentioned, we read for here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, angelic dream interpretation, past life mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, aura, and symbol encoding, decoding. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channel. Okay, one moment, please. All right. And just pulling up. One moment. All right, pulling up Stella's question. And before we continue, how you doing today, Ryan? We're going to do an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the boar. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. Oh, I appreciate that, Brittany. How you doing today, Maria? Okay. All right. Hi, Erica. Yes, I can add you back to the list, dear. I was looking for you yesterday. Okay, you've been added to the list. You'll be the 3rd person read for once we complete the daily collective. We have 3 spots available today before the list will be closed, friends. How you doing today, Emily? All right. Can I please get an energetic read for Stella in relationality to the circumstance or situation? Deep dive into the nature of the energetic connection. So I've got two different perspectives that I see going on here. And the first energy the first energy that I'm identifying has to do, like, I feel like it's the observation in, I keep on hearing the words, whose hurt are you working to protect? Whose hurt are you working to protect? Whose hurt are you working to protect? I keep on hearing this over and over again. Um, and effectively, I see a situation by which another person is saying to someone, I would prefer we do nothing. Like, I would prefer we do nothing. I hear somebody emphatically saying, um, yeah, like, I just keep on hearing somebody say, I would prefer to do nothing, which is the observation of another person that is trying to emphatically articulate to another person what they would energetically prefer. Right. And I feel like I keep on hearing someone saying, like, they and the energy I'm seeing heavily builds into the context of understanding. And I feel like this is like, I keep on getting, this feels like the biggest conflict between two individuals, because I see somebody who keeps on saying to someone, I would prefer to do nothing, and another person saying, whose hurt are you trying to protect? Whose hurt are you trying to protect? Whose hurt are you trying to protect? Because it's the observation of another person trying to articulate the fact that they feel like, and that's what I keep on getting in relationality to the nature of an ultimatum that someone is giving another person in relationality to trying to say to them that if they energetically cared about them, like the space by which I feel like I see somebody, I feel like this is something I just keep on hearing, the first ultimatum that's ever happened between them, which is the space by which another person is has put their foot down and has articulated to someone and said, if you don't do this, right? Like, if you don't do this, like, I see somebody trying to say, like, if you don't do this, I'm gone. You know, like, it's that type of, intensity that I'm energetically seeing. um so I think that there's something really, I feel like there's something really important that I see that is being identified there, because um that observation, like, and I keep on hearing, like, the fact that something has profoundly changed between them, like the state or nature by which something is profoundly changed in a connection, has to do with the fact that another individual has never given them an ultimatum before. And I feel like the space by which I keep on hearing, it's interesting too, because I see somebody, it's actually interesting, like, I see somebody who's in a relationship with someone who's giving ultimatums, like, all the time, like somebody who is like, and you'll often see this, somebody who gives ultimatums all the time with someone who would never dare to give an ultimatum. And so now I see somebody, like, I almost see them in some kind of ultimatum war, is what I keep on getting. And the ultimatum war is potentially articulating, like, it's somebody who's not only giving an ultimatum, but feeling very confident in terms of what that ultimatum is going to bring about. And I see another person saying, you don't know. You don't know that that is going to happen. It could go a very different way. And so that's what I keep on seeing, because it says to me basically, like, it's somebody who has forced someone. It's someone who feels like another person has forced them down a very narrow path, right? So I literally see a situation by which another person is saying to somebody, you have forced me down a very narrow path. And so it's like I see somebody saying, if this goes any other way than what you expect, I keep on hearing somebody say, like, there's not going to be anything left of us, because it's the space by which they're identifying the fact that that observation, right, like that observation in relationality to the understanding of the how I feel like it's interesting, because it literally, like, it feels like somebody who feels like their counterpart has just put them in a dangerous situation, right? Like, it feels like that's the best way I can describe what I'm reading into. Somebody who feels like their counterpart has just put them into an extremely dangerous situation, and the space by which they feel like, if they that they're being told that if they don't move into that dangerous situation, then their relationship is in danger. And so that's why I keep on hearing the relationship is over, right? Because the reason that the relationship, I keep on hearing, the relationship has already had a relationship ending event, specifically and particularly because I see somebody, right? Like, I feel like it's somebody who is acknowledging, right? It feels like I see somebody who's acknowledging that their counterpart is not like is not afraid to effectively risk their well-being, right? Risk their well-being to um, make themselves feel more secure. So I just keep on getting, from this point on, it almost feels like I feel like I see two individuals who are, like, acknowledging that their relationship is just one on paper. It feels very quiet and cold, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Like, like there's a lot of vulnerability here. And so I feel like I mean, that's what I'm basically reading, you know? Um, thank you so much for having that reading with me, Stella. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got one spot available today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Thank you so much. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. The boar means different things depending on the reading that we're doing. So we do that both for the intuition check, but it was also related to the energy that we were reading into. because it was the observation, like a lot of the energy that we were seeing there was somebody, like I keep wondering, somebody who is more inclined to be the one giving ultimatums rather than receiving them. Yep, I've got you on the list, Erica. You're so welcome, Unique. Good to see you today. I appreciate that, Bridget. I mean, that's what I said. I said you're confident. I have to point out the bottom of the deck that you got today is the same bottom of the deck that you got yesterday, which says, I wouldn't be surprised if you got a last minute message with someone trying to give you an agreement. Like if another person comes towards you and a last moment message to give you an agreement, I keep on hearing that's because they're moving from a place. It's because they're moving from a place of fear. Right. It says to me, like, if it's a last minute agreement, then it's something that they're doing from a place of fear. Because, and it's not because you should be the one afraid, it's because they are. Like, that'll be your confirmation on the reading. I've got one spot left today. We are doing personal readings right now, Emmy. If you'd like to get on the list, I've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. And we are going to be doing we are going to be getting started on a free collective. We've got one more reading today before we begin that. All right, the next person on the list for today is Claire. Claire, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? All right. And just taking a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Just bear with me a moment. Okay. Thank you for the compliment, Brittany. To get a reading, Big Rex, all you do is send the donation via my tree that is Binks in it in my bio. I've got one more spot available today. Anyone who gets on the list after that spot is filled will be read for tomorrow. And Emmy, thank you for those beautiful jewels. I appreciate it. Same thing, Emmy. If you'd like to get on the list, the donation links should be at the top of the chat. Okay. Also, I'll point out for those who are joining us on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there entitles you to a free 1 card each day. And thank you, It's My, for sending the donation. The list is now closed. Anyone who would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. Okay. Brittany, we're about to do a free collective reading that is for those who can't afford to have a personal one. So that is effectively my donation back towards you. I would also be conscientious to remember that there are those in the chat space who might be in the same position as you are. So I'd ask that you please refrain from telling others or insisting or asking others to donate to you as well. Again, you can direct them to the fact that you have a space by which you might need support, but we want to be conscientious of understanding that the quality of having to donate is not necessary in order to be in this space. Thank you so much for appreciating and respecting the space. Okay. All right, let's continue right now. The next person who is on the list for today, second call for Claire. Second call for Claire. Claire, if you're here, can you please let me know? If not, we are going to get started on our daily collective. Before we begin the daily collective, we will be warming up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Okay, and just bear with me. I've got the animal oracle here. So as I mentioned, so Brittany, I am afraid I am going to have to mute you now because you're posting exactly the opposite of what I requested. So again, I'm sending you support on your journey, but I've got a very simple rule. We've got very simple rules for this chat space. You're welcome to stick around and listen, but thank you. Okay, let's continue right now. Excellent. All right. As we continue, I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the blackbird. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And just a reminder to everyone joining us, we've got two different giveaways occurring today. The first is going to be a free reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Currently, that space is being held by Nicole. Thank you so much, Nicole. I appreciate the gifts that you sent so far. And again, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than if you guys just hold on one moment before we begin and we will get started. Just bear with me 1 second. All right. Excellent. And why don't we just bear with me 1 moment before we begin? Perfect. No better. I like how a lot of us, yeah, exactly. And Bridget, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. All right, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Friday, May 29th, 2026. We are going to be doing a harmonic energy update today. We're going to get started with the first 5 cards in our 5-card spread. First 2 cards we are drawing with today are the Temperance card in its reversal, in combination with our 6 of Swords in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about the energy that we're currently experiencing, because it is very interesting. One of the things that we want to notate is we are seeing the fact that we're moving into a new harmonic relationship cycle. You'll recall that the one that we most recently are moving away from are the world partnerships. They're moving deeper into divine union right now. Those are specifically the relationships that were coming together between the new moon in Taurus that we just experienced, all the way, the relationships that were coming together between that period of time into the Capricorn new moon that we experienced around January 18th, earlier this year. The new relationships that we see that are potentially coming together right now feel very much like strength relationships. We're seeing a lot of indications upon the fact that they're building into the aspects of the strength card. This is even more specific given the fact that when I read for tarot, I have a different astrological perspective that I bring into the cards. And I often build into the understanding that the strength card is one that I frequently associate to Sagittarian energy, because it is the ability to effectively, and what we really identify with the strength card that's very important is being able to understand one's strong suits. Because when one is able to be able to navigate one's strong suits, then one is able to identify and recognize what it is that one needs to bring into situations versus what one feels, right? What one is working upon healing or effectively receding upon. Now, that word, that word receding, I think is really important right now because we see this right now very much in the energy that we are currently experiencing. Jupiter is in Cancer. Jupiter's been in Cancer for quite some time. Jupiter in Cancer is often about working into the deeper aspects of the self. It's working into the recognition or finding one sense of authenticity. And what's beautiful about this period of time that we're currently going through is we see that Venus is also moving through Cancer right now. And so it's very beautiful because what often happens when we go through experiences with Jupiter and Venus in Cancer is the ability to be able to identify and recognize the full breadth of the self, right? And it often talks to us. It often talks to us about recognizing, and you'll always see this, right? You'll sometimes see that this quality in those that are working that have a lot of investiture in the self, right? Those who have a lot of investiture in the self will often be very hard on the self in terms of what they're not perfect about. And then what happens in the context of working into an individual who's like working on the self and is very very aware of what isn't their energetic strong suit. It becomes their greatest aspect to a certain extent, specifically and particularly because, and it's often what we identify as flawless energy, right? And when you understand the quality of flawless energy is not the space by which, right? Not the space by which we are perfect, but we become flawless when we understand and identify what it is that we're working on, right? It's the work by which we identify, like it's a space by which we're working to eradicate our own flaws, is us carving into our perfected state. And so we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, right? What do we identify? A lot of the energy in solitude may be doing right now, observing themselves flawlessly, right? And that's not the quality or condition by which somebody says, like, and you'll often notice that somebody be like, I'm perfect. They're like, no, that's not, right? Like that's not a flawless state, right? Like perfect is not a flawless state, but a flawless state is the space by which you operate to try to build into it's the space or the nature by which one works into the perpetual work of the work of constantly preparing, right? And it's perpetual. It's a perpetual preparation that allows us to be able to move into that state of flawlessness. And what's beautiful about that is I feel like for a lot of the energy in solitude right now, um, bringing a lot of compassion to things, right? Bringing a lot of compassion to things is the way by which um, another individual is trying to articulate upon what has some kind of profound meaning, or what one is able to articulate or observe in relationality of identifying the changes that they themselves are effectively working on doing better. So what we effectively identify there for a lot of the energy is working through some kind of modality of tenderness. But even in the space by which they're potentially articulating upon tenderness, it's I keep on seeing it's like it's the observation of tenderness that allows one to get stronger, right? So there's something very compassionate that we see may be occurring as we lead into this full moon in Sagittarius, right? So there's and the like natural is what I keep on getting. Um Continuing, we're going to move into, it's interesting because I feel like natural is going to be moving into those world relationships. Center card for today's spread actually stuck to the table. I was about to pull the card, but it's just, I went to grab the deck and it stuck to the table. We've got the Page of Wands. We've got the Page of Wands and it's upright. And the thing I'm observing, I feel like there's something really important that's happening right now. For energy, those world relationships that are moving deeper into divine union, I feel like they're starting a lot of inner child healing. The Page of Wands, center of the spread, is very important here because, and that's what I kept on getting in terms of understanding or working towards natural, and it's a continuation of understanding the quality of a healthy civilization is amplified and weighed and measured universally by the quality and condition by which they hold preciousness and by which they hold vulnerability. The quality and condition of a society is weighed universally by how they protect vulnerability. That's all I keep on hearing with the world relationships. The quality of a society is weighed, like the quality of a society, the maturity of a society is weighed universally solely by how they work, like how well they understand that vulnerability is the most precious experience that we can work to protect. And so I feel like there's something very important about that because a lot of those world relationships are taking universal approaches to their vulnerability. It's the observation and the understanding by which we are able to effectively, and you have to understand this, right? The difference between protecting vulnerability and coveting vulnerability is the quality and condition by which one creates an atmosphere by which vulnerability can truly thrive, right? The quality and condition by which one creates an atmosphere by which vulnerability can thrive is the I feel like that is the approach that the relationships are taking to their own healing journey, which is the ability, and this is why we talk about a healthy relationship, right? A healthy relationship often becomes a safe space, right? This is why we talk about a healthy relationship becomes sanctuary, because it's the modality by which you become energetically in the space by which you feel that you can be vulnerable, that allows one to be able to effectively move into a deeper state of healing. So I feel like there's a lot of that energy that is working very holistically, as it were, on those experiences or on those circumstances. And even through doing so, right? Even through doing so, they're finding, right? They're finding a side of themselves. They're returning back to a side of themselves that either they never knew existed or they energetically forgot was there, right? And so it feels very joyful, but it also I feel like it feels very, it feels very new, is what I keep on getting. And, but I think it's like a positive, it's like a positive newness. You know what I mean? Continuing to get clarification. 4 and 5. Oh, okay. They're out. All right. We got the fourth and fifth cards of our spread out here, and they're both transverse. And this is bringing us back. This is bringing us into those moon relationships. And you'll recall the moon relationships were coming together between the time of the Capricorn new moon that we experienced leading into Uranus going retrograde back in September of last year. We've got the Ace of Swords in its transverse, as well as the Three of Wands in its transverse. Darn. Don't, I mean, like, yeah, like, you know, but here's like, what is that? That's wild. Sorry, I'm it's okay, let's get into it. Um, you know, I feel like there's how do I describe this? Um, you know, the thing I keep on identifying here is I've got some kind of energy, like the thing about these temperance relationships. Okay, like, and I want to describe this. The thing about these temperance relationships that I think is very important to navigate is and this is like showing the energy deep within. I mean, like and with the temperance relationships, where the reason I'm bringing up temperance right now is because they were effectively the energy that was prior. Okay, and you have to understand this, that they were the energy that was prior to the moon relationships that are currently moving deep within divine union. So I need to take a moment to energetically address what's happening in terms of those temperance relationships in relationality to the moon relationships. Because the thing you have to understand is we have to look at the quality and condition by which a lot of those temperance relationships were moving into, right? Like we're moving into the consciousness state, which is the observation of being able to effectively hold energetically steady on something. And the thing about it is, and I think that this is what I see is what is happening right now for a lot of these moon relationships. They're working on, I know this is going to sound kind of wild, but they're working on a new phase of stability is what I keep on seeing. And the reason I keep on getting a new phase of stability is because, you know, one of the things I keep on identifying that's potentially occurring there has to do with the thing about it. And you remember I said, like, the beauty that these relationships are moving into as it relates to those deepening connections is the ability to be in a relationship by which another person can navigate all of their energetic phases, right? So there we've got these moon relationships, and they're feeling that wonder, as it were, in being in a space by which they feel, right, they feel that adaptability point in terms of being able to experience all of that amplification. So it's really beautiful that in the context, and this is often what happens, right? They've found a relationship that can navigate all of their phases. And what do we see that the energy is doing? Working on stabilization, right? Because it's the stabilization they proceed to that is a choice rather than a determination. And I feel like I have to tell you, I feel like some of these relationships, right? The individuals in these relationships have had experiences by which they felt the energetic wound of having to navigate the impossibility of having to navigate an ultimatum in a loving space. And here's the thing about it, right? There are no ultimatums in loving spaces, right? It's not, you have to understand, in loving spaces, we build determination, not we build in determination, not in expectation, which is the modality of giving someone, right, this giving someone perception as it relates to what they can expect, right? And that's not an ultimatum. You'll always notice this, right? You'll always notice this, that in a loving space, right? The ability of articulating to another, saying, okay, so this is what one can energetically expect going forward, is the way that we energetically prepare one another for things. So that ability, like I just keep on seeing for a lot of those relationships, those I told you, like those expansive conversations, right? Those expansive conversations built upon realistic expectations is, I keep on seeing what's creating, it's creating, like I keep on hearing, it's creating, um like the word that I want to say is miracles. But like the reason I keep on seeing that there's something energetically miraculous there is because, right? It's the observation, right? It's the observation of energetic maturation, because it's the amplification of the fact that they're doing things, right? They're doing things in a unified fashion, right? And that's what's so beautiful about it. It's the unified fashion, right? It's the unified fashion by which they're bringing two things that feels energetically restorative and refreshing. Um, Continuing to get clarification, moving back towards the energy in solitude, clarification between our temperance card in its reversal and the seven of swords in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. We've got the Queen of Cups in its reversal. And I feel like the Queen of Cups, the Queen of Cups in its reversal is not negative, not necessarily a negative card, right? Because you have to understand the Queen of Cups in its reversal is often, it's the work by which one is able to energetically convey, right? It's the work by which one is able to energetically convey the significance or the importance by which one is effectively working through things. And you have to, like, the space by which we are able to express, and I want you to kind of recognize this. You know, we all carry the same feelings. Okay, we all carry the same feelings, or the capacity of feeling within us. But the difficulty in being able to convey, right? The difficulty that we sometimes have in order to convey the expansiveness of what something means to us is often understanding that we become energetically reliable when we are able to relay things in a way by which others understand the energetic import of what it is that we are trying to effectively do, right? And it's the difference between, and when you're in alignment, relaying and conveying, right? They feel they're in accordance, right? They're like, it's the same work, specifically and particularly because it's the conversation that we are able to effectively express to another that helps, right? That allows another to be able to understand what it is that we're energetically working through, right? And this is the difference, right? This is why, like, and you'll often notice this, right? Um, like if you're in a place like, and this is why you understand like a trauma environment. Like if energy, like if energy is in the space by which someone is trying to bring an emotion out in you, then the space by which you express it, it's not somebody trying to energetically work to correct it, right? It's often observational in terms of understanding, right? It's understanding and being conscientious as it relates to the severity of situations. And you'll often notice, right? You'll often notice that quality by which another person, right? When another person is in a like disassociative state, then it often creates the space by which they don't like you'll sometimes notice this, right? You'll often notice the quality by which another person is trying to communicate something of import, and another individual experiences it just as a personal attack, because you understand, right, that often in the space by which we feel, there's a difference, right? There's a difference between an individual that is effectively to project, right? And when another person is trying to project, then it's the observation or the understanding that the ability to navigate something is the observation of being able to understand the responsibility that we have in navigating others' energetic emotions, right? Because that's what responsibility is. This was something that was coming through before we started the reading. Responsibility is resonance, right? Responsibility is resonance. And when we're energetically resonant, then we're able to effectively understand what another person is trying to communicate to us. So there you see, when we're working to be responsible, we're working to be resonant, but that doesn't mean, right? That doesn't mean that it's the space by which we necessarily connect with anything, because it's the observation of being able to understand the quality and condition of our emotions, is being able to articulate to another what is determinative in us energetically having them. So there it is. Like, we can be responsible with resonant emotions. And responsibility with resonant emotions is the ability to be able to move forward. Like, there's nothing wrong. There's Emotions are beautiful, because emotions well placed allow for resonant things to occur, right? It's the capacity by which we're able to express something, and then in the point by which we're working to express it, we effectively convey it, and another person receives it in the same way, right? It's beautiful. It's a beautiful interchange of emotionality by which we effectively move through emotions together. But in the space by which, right, in the space by which we're energetically overly emotional, our emotions effectively become walls, right? Because the emotionality that we often experience can sometimes make it hard for us to communicate the full capacity of depth of something that's occurring. So I feel like it's interesting, because I feel like a lot of the energy in solitude right now are working through resonance, which is the ability to effectively not only feel something in a great way, but working through ways to communicate how they're energetically feeling. Continuing to get clarification for those um, for those world relationships, clarification between the Seven of Swords and its reversal with the Page of Wands and its upright. I love this. So here's something that's interesting that you'll sometimes note. Um, I've got two different Smith Waite decks that I move back and forth between, two Smith Waite Centennial decks, and sometimes a card from the new deck creeps into the old deck. So we've got two sword cards today. we've got two sword cards today that we're dealing with. But I don't necessarily find these sword cards in placements that I consider them energetically negative. Um, because the transverse, I need to point this out, the transverse sword energy with an ace of swords in its upright is working through, it's the ability to take different energetic approaches to things. And I want to point this out. It's a continuation and understanding. Like, this is what we taught you. Like, you want to know what it means when somebody says they have flex? Okay. Like, I want to point out, like, this is what flex actually means, right? Because flex does not mean flex, right? I need to point this out. If you think flex means flex, you're not thinking about flex right. Flex means flexibility, my dears. Okay. This is not this is not flex. Like, this is show. This is not flex. Okay? Flex means flexibility. Like, look at them flexing. When someone says look at them flexing, it should mean look how flexible, right? Look how energetically flexible they are, because it's the ability of understanding, right? That when we are doing something, when we're doing something elegantly, then we do it flexibly, which is the ability to effectively work, right? It's the ability to effectively work with what is before us, right? It's one of the most beautiful gifts that you can give. Your flexibility is one of the most beautiful gifts that you can give to the universe. And that doesn't mean, right? That doesn't mean improper conditions, right? That does not mean being able to tolerate something that you know is not okay, or energetically beneath you, or the space by which another person is not respecting you. But the ability to effectively identify opportunity, right, is being able to understand the full capacity of what one is working with, right? Like, that's what it really gets down to. Anything is possible, but there needs to be clarity as to what's occurring. And so I feel like that right there is what I see that the energy coming into union is doing, right? They're getting the shape. Like, I feel like they're getting the shape of each other, and they're holding each other preciously because they're learning more, right? They're very invested in learning more about one another. But the space by which they're learning more about one another, I'll just show you these cards. This is how they might feel about their own. This is how they feel, right? I told you they're working through that capacity of the flex state, where it's like the observation of the difference between what it feels to be within it versus how another person experiences it. Um, here's some energy, right? That feels like I feel like I see energy either like energy either deeply within a space by which they're emotionally conveying a lot, or they're talking a lot about their emotions, and they're potentially feeling silly talking about their emotions. And what does another person see? I can't believe you're so emotionally intelligent, right? Like there's the energy being like, so here's all these feelings that I'm working to unpack, and it's a real mess, right? And there's somebody just looking at someone, going, this is the most emotionally intelligent person I've ever met. Like they're going, this is the most emotionally intelligent person I've ever met, right? And here's somebody who says like, oh, I'm trying to reconnect with my child energy. I'm trying to remember what it feels like to be in a state of innocence, right? Like somebody who's trying to effectively recognize or reconnect with their vulnerability, right? Or reclaim that, right? And so there's somebody who says like, I'm doing this and I feel like a child doing it. And what does someone see? There's the strongest person I've ever seen. Look at this. I keep on hearing like, look at this is energy going, look at this king, look at this queen, right? Because it's the observation of the fact that we feel like there we are being like, ugh, and another person's like, like that's how it happens. So we see that even now with those world relationships, they're getting more vulnerable with each other, and the more vulnerable they are, the more beautiful, right? The more beautiful they appear to one another. And this brings us to those moon relationships, clarification between the Page of Wands in its upright and the Ace of Swords in its reversal. Got a lot of aces. Got a lot of aces out today, my friends. A lot of aces out today. Let's talk about these ace cards, because, and I want to describe it like, the thing I want to identify, the thing with these ace cards is like, and the best way I can define, like, when I see ace cards like this, like, I keep on like, I don't know what it's like. I'm feeling a little bit like this, right? Because and every time I try to read into these moon relationships, I just keep on hearing, right, like, response, like, responsibility is a reservoir of resonance, right? Responsibility is a reservoir of resonance, which is the modality or the understanding, right? That when we build into, when you're building into energetic reliability, then the understanding, right? Like, and I want to point this out because I feel like this is a conversation that's happening with the moon relationships. You don't do things for show. Like, it's not about what other people think about it, right? It's not about what other people think. It's about what one knows, right? And when one is working through things, it sometimes feels like, and that's the hard part about it, right? And this is why we don't make assumptions on things, because the observation or the understanding, right? When we understand that each one of us is working through things that others can't see, right? There's every, like, like, if you're going through that, what makes you think that every other person on this earth isn't going through it too, right? If you're going through, if you're going through that silent battle in some way, shape, or form, what makes you think that not every other person is working through that as well? And when you understand that, right? When you give others, the benefit of the doubt in recognizing that others are doing the best that you can, then when others disappoint you, it's not the space by which, right? It's not the space by which you feel the disappointment, but it's the space by which you energetically observe, right? And this is the thing about it. When we care about each other, we look at each other and go, there's that person. There's that person working as hard as possible, like, through innumerable battles, right? There's that person working as hard as possible through innumerable battles. And it's that modality of experience by which we feel, right? And that is the energetic, like, that's the respect. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the, like, you'll often see this because it's often the energy goes like, hey, put some respect on that name, right? Like, put some respect, put some respect on that name, right? And the reason we articulate upon that is because, right, like, often the energy doing that the most is the energy that's most quiet, right? And you'll often notice this, like, the space by which the energy, like, the space by which energy is just working through things is often the space by which, others, like, work into, like, it's the observation by which we help others by being able to articulate the full expression or the full expansiveness as to the nature by which we are energetically working. So I feel like there's something really important about that, because I feel like that, like I told you, especially with these moon relationships, and I just want to show you this if you're a reader, because you'll understand the significance. Like, look at this is what the ace cards, like, this is where we see the ace cards, right? Like, and this is what's between them, right? Like, look at that shield. Like, that's what we do, right? Like, it's the energy by which we work. Like, when we care about each other, we try to energetically, I keep on hearing, we shield and we reveal, right? We identify and articulate, but also we energetically work. We work to effectively protect, moving back into um, moving to those world relationships. And this is where we Ace of Swords and the Three of Wands now. One card to clarify. Okay. We got a Page of Cups in its reversal. And the Page of Cups in its reversal. And here's the thing with the Page of Cups in its reversal is, and you'll always notice, okay, the space by which you have to understand, and this is why we talk about, you know, it's not about what you can get away with. It's about what you need to bring to things is the best way to identify. And I feel like there's something very energetically important there, because something I'm seeing in relationality to to a lot of the energy that we're potentially observing is the observation of understanding the nature or the condition by which, it's like I just keep on seeing, we work through things in such a way that allow us to do something smoothly, right? And then you'll see, like, and I like to point this out, you'll see energy, right? This is a continuation of, like, I need to point this out, this is a continuation, this is often a Sagittarian issue, because the the observation or the understanding of being able to recognize and identify that when we are effectively working through things, then that ability of navigating or maintaining smoothness is what we identify as expertise, right? And so there's this silly thing that occurs by which energy sees someone, right? And it's interesting that this is coming up with the world relationships, right? Every time you'll see somebody doing something at the height of their expertise, and the space by which they're doing it at the height of their expertise is often the condition by which another person articulates or says, oh, I can do that too, right? And then they energetically try to, and then it's the modality by which we see or experience, like, we understand the quality and condition of being able to understand the full work that it takes in order to do something energetically smoothly, right? It's often that understanding or that identification point of being able to navigate, right, the difference between what, like, the confidence, right? The confidence we bring to things is based on, like, true confidence is competence, which is not the space by which we look at something and say, oh, I could do that too, but it's the modality by which we identify all of the work that goes into doing something in a way that feels like it's energetically effortless. So I feel like there's something really important there as it relates to the world relationships, because something I'm effectively seeing there is it's helping to amplify or articulate or identify what it fully means, right? Like, what it fully means to be able to be in a space by which one is truly able to do something, versus, I keep wondering, versus someone who looks around all the time and says, like, oh, I could, but yet one is not, right? And it's interesting that that's coming through with the world relationships, because I feel like that might be, I feel like that might be the energy itself being somewhat protective, right? Potentially protective as it relates to another person trying to diminish the impact of what an individual's doing. Like, that's what I keep on getting here, right? Like, it's almost like it's either the energy talking about situations like that, or being energetically protective of one another in moments or situations by which another person tries to come towards them in that capacity. Continuing to get clarification between the Queen of Cups in its reversal and the Ace of Swords in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Nine of Pentacles in its upright. So the Nine of Pentacles in its upright, specifically the Nine of Pentacles in its upright, working back into the energy and solitude. I just keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, working through frustration, like I want to describe this, okay? When we are in a healthy space is not a space that you have to keep a perpetual eye on, is what I keep on getting, right? A healthy space is not a space by which one has to keep a perpetual eye on things. And the reason I keep on getting that is because, you know, the observation or the under, like, and I'll tell you right now, right? And I feel like there's something important about some of those energies in solitude, okay? Because I feel like for some of that energy, having to enumerate to another person why they energetically left a circumstance or situation, I just keep on hearing that's what they're articulating. A healthy space is not a space that everything's fine as long as you're keeping an eye on it, because that's a space that lacks integrity. If there's and here's the thing about it, right? That's what happens. Like the state or nature by which you say to something, oh, it's fine. Like when you have to say to something, oh, everything's great. Yeah, everything's great. As long as I stare at it, like as long as I'm staring at it, perpetually, then everything is copacetic. That is not healthy, right? There it is, right? The quality or the condition by which you have to articulate to another and saying with and like you will, like the space by which another person says, as long as I'm persistently staring at it, as long as I'm persistently staring at it, everything is energetically fine. Things are not fine. And so I feel like that is the nature of the wounds that some of the energy and solitude is healing from, having to tell another person, right? Oh, what, like, why did you have to leave a circumstance or situation? Because it's like I keep on seeing someone saying, well, yeah, because like every time I turn my back from it, something ridiculous was happening, right? Or anytime another person wasn't staring at something, then that's where something would go poorly. Is like I just keep on seeing that they're healing from integrity wounds, right? And a wound of integrity can often feel exhausting, because it's the space by which one says a healthy situation or circumstance is not one that is always that is good and fine, so long as one is perpetually staring directly at it, right? Something with integrity holds its form even when you're not looking at it, is what I keep on seeing. Continuing to get clarification between the Ace of Swords in its upright and the Ace of Pentacles in its reversal. One card to clarify. More, we got double ace cards. So I definitely need to go. I need to resort through my own decks right now, because this is wild. But I have to point out, even in the space by which we see, right? I have to point out the profound the ability to have not only double sword cards coming out here, double aces of swords, but also aces of pentacles, right? It talks to us about what it means to be a good influence, right? And what do we identify and recognize in relationality to what it means to be a good energetic influence? Something that is, and it's interesting that this is coming through in the moon cards, right? Because I'm not surprised to see this right now with the moon relationships, because I told you we're talking about the moon relationships here, right? That makes a lot of sense. Okay, it makes a lot of sense. And it makes even more sense when you see, right? Like this is wild. Like the possibility, like even the modality by which this occurs, right? Is, and I want you to see this here. Like this is the energy in those moon relationships. Okay. Which is to say that, and I think that one of the things that's important to notate is, especially with these moon relationships, um, I like it because, like, like the moon relationships, I keep on seeing the joy of being in a relationship with another individual by which one can anticipate, right? I anticipated that possibility. I anticipated that. And I keep on hearing these are the gifts, like the gifts that they're finding in relationship is the gift of perpetual anticipation, because the anticipation is how they're energetically healing, right? They're healing from experiences where they've had bad surprises, right? Because, and I keep on hearing when you build anticipation, when you build anticipation into things, then it is the observation or the experience by which these cards. And again, if you are someone who reads the tarot, I would highly recommend, there's a river. The best way I can describe it is there's a river in the read. And if you are a tarot reader and you're looking at these cards, when I say to you there's a river in the reed, you're gonna see what I mean, because you can't, you like, I just keep on, like, it's hard to explain, but energetically it's the observation of being able to understand and identify that when we care about each other, we're able to effectively anticipate in a way that builds into the context of what feels energetically restorative and healing, right? So, and I think it's interesting as well because, um we're going to kind of, there's something important there that I also, and even with the three of wands here, that's transverse with the ace of swords, it's saying to me, like, something about these moon relationships are creating new rivers. And when I keep on getting like new rivers, it says to me like a new idea, a new stream of consciousness, a new conversation. But the reason that we see that that's potentially happening is because finally, right, finally, these relationships, these individuals are in a situation by which they don't have to spend every minute worrying about the health and nature of the relationship, that's allowing them to be able to progress forward on important or healthy conversations. Now, this brings us to the energy, the world relationships, clarification between the Ace of Pentacles in its reversal and the Page of Cups in its reversal. Yeah, we got the Eight of Wands in its reversal, and I feel like there's something really important there. There's something really important there with the Eight of Wands in its reversal, which has to do, like, it has to do with being able to amplify or articulate the force of energetic intention, right? And I feel like I see something there. Like I feel like I see something there that's very energetically important. And the reason I keep on seeing something there that's really energetically important is because it it speaks to me, or it identifies um and you want to understand, like, and I think that there's something very important to notate here in relationality to the quality or the space by which we do things, which is um when we like, and we often talk about that, like we don't talk about this enough, but the ability to sit, when we sit with our emotions, new doors open, right? Which is like, and the reason I say that is because, you know, when we get out of reactivity, we can see possibilities emerging, right? And so I feel like there's something there that's very significant. And the space by which I feel like I see the energy working through significance is the ability to be able to navigate gravitas, right? Which is being able to articulate to another, right? And then this is the thing about it. Like when we move out of reactivity, right? We find we find the gift of gravitas. And the reason we find the gift of gravitas is because we move away from what's volatile, and we move into what is definable, which is being able to effectively identify or articulate the full shape of something that is energetically occurring. And so I feel like there's something very important there, because what we're effectively seeing is, for a lot of the energy working through that observation of being able to bring their insight to things, right? It creates, it creates the ability. It helps us, it helps one be able to see things, but in a way that allows the observation to expand upon what one, like, it's the observation that brings even more of an importance to things, right? Because I keep on hearing, when one stops working into reactivity, all one finds is examples, right? Continuing to get clarification between the Nine of Pentacles in its upright and the Ace of Pentacles in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through with the Nine of Cups in its upright. And so the thing I keep on seeing, the Nine of Cups in its upright, like the Nine of Cups in its upright, with energy like this moving back into the energy in solitude, it's a continuation of where we see a lot of energy from the last new moon cycle. And the last new moon cycle was honoring honoring the transformational journey, right? And here's the thing about it. You don't have to, if something bad happens, right? When bad things happen, like, it does not take bad circumstances to transform. And I want to point this out. Trauma often tries to articulate and dictate, right? You'll often see this. The I like to point this out. Be wary of the retroactive wisdom that trauma spaces try to create as it relates to having to hurt the self, which is the understanding of another person, right? Observing the pathwork by which another person improves and saying, "Oh, well, that was my intention all along." It's very convenient, isn't it? It's very convenient. It's beautiful, right? Because notice what trauma does. Trauma creates a catch 22 for itself, okay? And the catch 22 that trauma creates is, if trauma occurs to the self, and you fall, and you fall from the trauma, then energy says, "Oh, you deserve the trauma." But then if you overcome it, then someone says, "Well, that was the energetic plan all along." Right? It's very convenient for trauma to try to take credit for others' transformational journeys. But when you understand The understanding the nature of true transformation is understanding that those transformational journeys exist in the act of love and compassion. Then you understand, right, that there's no quality or condition by which another, it's very convenient, right? But it's not true, right? It's very convenient, and things that are convenient are rarely true, right? Because the word that you put on convenience is excuse. Okay. Like, it's trauma tries to create excusable conditions for itself, right? Trauma tries to create excusable conditions for itself by which, right? But, and you'll often notate or understand that when one is building into energetic possibility, then one is often, right? Like it's the space by which one is always trying to energetically make things surer, right? And so when we care about each other, we create surer shores, right? When we care about each other, we create surer shores, which is the space by which, right? It's not the space by which there's one energetic possibility, but the space by which, right? Like imagine a love that creates surer shores, because it's the space by which you anticipate, right? The space by which the love is created in the possibility of energetically anticipating every outcome and having joy there, right? Imagine a possibility, right? Imagine a possibility of a world where we build shores for each other, which every opportunity, where every opportunity holds with it an energetic joyful outcome, because that is the act of love, right? Like that's the act, that is the power of love in action, right? The activation of love is not one of exception. It's one of robust possibilities that arrive as it relates to the ability to identify and recognize how to reach those shores. So I feel like there's a lot of energy kind of working through that and allowing, right? Allowing that feeling of building into it is the identification goal. Like it's the identification, it's I'm trying to say identification of one's goal, but it's not just like, you have to understand this, like the universality of a healthy manifestation goal is one that is energetically shared by those around the self. It's the continuation of that that allows for the possibility to occur. So I feel like there's something very robust that we're potentially seeing in those experiences, and a lot of that robustness has to do with taking, like, I just feel like a lot of this energy potentially in solitude is taking a more generous approach as it relates to the possibility that others feel that way too. Continuing to get clarification. Ace of Pentacles in its reversal with Eight of Swords in its reversal. Yeah, and again, the six of Swords has been coming up a lot right now. And I feel like it's important because I keep on getting this every time I try to read into the world relationships. There is no loneliness epidemic, but there is a consistency virus, right? There is no loneliness epidemic, but there is a consistency virus, because the modality by which you understand, like the nature of understanding the difference between seeking a relationship, you have to understand if you're lonely, then there's no energy, there's no relationship on this earth that's going to cure you from loneliness. Because you have to understand the key factor of understanding lonely is lone, which is alone. Okay. And when one feels alone, then one feels energetically alone is a self created state. Okay. Alone, right? It's the modality by which one is not feeling fully embodied in one's experience alone. It feels like the experience you're having is borrowed. It feels like it's not necessarily yours. So the cure for a lone The cure for a loan or a life by which you feel like it's not yours or it feels energetically borrowed, which is why you feel distant from it, is not finding a person, right? Because if you're feeling alone, a loan is not cured by a relationship, it's cured by authenticity. The cure for aloneness is authenticity, because when you find authenticity, the aloneness goes away and you come to love your solitude. You come to love your solitude because you are basking in the light of the self perpetually. Here I am. Here I am. Right? That's why there's this here I am. You bask in the perpetual light of the self, and it makes you not feel like you're existing in a borrowed existence. You don't feel like you're just borrowing life, you feel like you are embodying it. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy, a lot of these world relationships that are working into embodying into things fully, because it's that full investiture of embodiment that helps them see the energetic possibilities in ways, in breathless ways by which they could not have imagined before. And so I feel like that's one of the conscientious spaces that we see there. And even in the space by which they're working through that, like there's a lot of that. I feel like there's a lot of that amplification of like I feel like it's the energy that's working through the frustration of the fact that this is the first time that they're energetically experiencing it, is what I keep on saying. Like honestly, with the six of, like the eight of swords and it's six of wands. And then for that energy, I'll say, and this is going to get clarification between the nine of cups in combination with the six of swords and it's upright. One card to clarify. King of Pentacles and it's upright. We're never late for our own journeys. You know, I think that there's something really important here, because, and I got to talk about this here, like this is moving back into, it's interesting because it feels like a message, like this is talking about those moon relationships. Look at this. Like these are the three cards from the moon relationships right now, right? You're never late for your own journey. And this is what's wild about it. So here's the funny thing about these moon relationships. I literally see situations by which these energies were in situations where energy was getting upset because the energy didn't want to be stable, and they were demanding that the energy become stable, and because it was a demand, they did not desire to do it. And now that they can, now that they can do anything, like now that they can do anything, now that they can do anything, that they're in a relationship by which the opportunity or the determination point is on them. What are they choosing? Stability. Stability. Because bottom of the deck, choice is the voice of love. Choice is the voice of love. Choice is the voice of love. Choice is a voice of love, right? The modality by which we work through. And here's the thing about it, right? That is not that not when I say choice, I'm not talking about punishment, right? It's not the energy that goes choose wisely. You can do anything. But just be nice. Like just be nice. But the space or nature by which when we choose kindness, right? Why would you not choose kindness? Why would you not choose love? Right? Like that's the observation. Because the amplification of understanding that the most valuable choice at every moment is the choice of love, right? And when we look at that, right? When we look at things, then we have to say to ourselves, like, how can I put a little love there? Right? And that doesn't, and here's the thing about it, that doesn't mean, right? That doesn't mean always making the easiest decision, because sometimes it's hard. Like sometimes it's hard to put a little love on things, but it's the space by which when we understand that the love that we put on things comes back in multitudes, right? Then we become very energetically eager to try to share that love, right? Because that is our energetic signature, right? That's our energetic legacy. So I feel like there's something very important about that, because I feel like I see a lot of the energy that's working in this space by which they're navigating, like again, less than ideal situations, things that frustrate, things that anger, right? And it's not that they're not turning away from those things, right? But they're holding them even closer and saying, when we hold something closer, we're able to amplify how important something is by being able to express the possibility of understanding what happens in, like, when we literally have a shared collective history, that when we put love into things, miracles happen. When we put love into things, miracles happen, right? Like, that is literally what everything expresses. So the ability to understand the quality and condition, when you think about that, it's not about doing something and feeling the harshness of it, but being able to potentially recognize or understand the quality and nature of saying, how can I put a little bit more love into this? What can I do to make this more loving? Because that is the nature, right? Like, that is the nature by which we address things and allow for the possibility of us being the healing moment. Thank you so much for having this read. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to have a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never ever 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 reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you, I will never PM you, I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everybody who attended my recent class on the court cards and the pentacle suit. Our next class will be held on Thursday, June 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the ace cards. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I try to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule, as well as my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I'm going to be releasing one tonight or tomorrow morning on this full moon we've got coming up. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. Also, I'm very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Nicole, congratulations. You got our highest gifter today. And Melissa, thank you as well. You'll be getting, you've got, came in second, so you'll have an additional card in your reading. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is closed, unfortunately, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for tomorrow. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. I am going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And thank you to everybody who gave those beautiful gifts during the live. Also, just bear with me one moment. Okay. You're so welcome, Carly. Good to see you today. How you doing today, Colleen? Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Excellent. Nope, I can't get over how much I love that. Oh, thank you, Avatar. Appreciate you. You're so welcome, Andrel. Absolutely. Oh, thank you guys. I'm glad you like it. Oh, thank you, Nicole. Thank you. Alexandra, I've got you first on the list for tomorrow, dear. And if anybody else wants to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. Absolutely. I wouldn't know how to pick. Oh, I'll help you find some of that. I can definitely, I know. I mean, listen, I always like, I just don't have enough fingers for all the things I like. Yep. Oh, that's very cool. Yep. Yeah, I didn't know what that was either. Yeah, can you give clarity on that, Perrin and Melissa? Oh, understood. How you doing today, Estevan? Welcome, Cosmic. Mm-hmm. How you doing today, dear? Yeah, it's wild. We got double swords and double ace of pentacles, which is really interesting, and they're both reversed. Shin, thank you for the follow. So, moon relationships. So, the way we work through this right now is when I read into relationship cycles that are occurring. So, the moon relationships are the relationships that were coming together between the time of the Capricorn new moon leading into Uranus going retrograde back in September. So those are the relationships that are deep within divine union right now. Thank you, Avatar. Yeah, I relate them. Yeah, so they're working through the lessons that we see. So we just completed a lot of the world relationships are coming to a culmination. They're moving deeper into divine union, while we see now strength relationships. Feel like they're coming. They're coming. The next cycle feels like strength relationships. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Slowly you get light bulb moments. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yes. The list is closed today, Alexandra, but I've got you first on the list tomorrow. Excellent. One step at a time. One step at a time, games. Absolutely. I would not recommend, I would strongly not recommend anyone um, doing that, as it might damage one's corneas. Dark. Grand Rising, Jack. Mm-hmm. I mean, thank you for the compliment on identifying. Somebody is telling me that I am old and queer in on the like over over on the place where we keep the videos, and I'm like, thank you. It's a beautiful compliment. I'll accept it. Oh, thank you, Trey. I appreciate you. Absolutely. Yep. It's usually most of those that need it most refuse. Oh, that's what happens, right, Julie? Yeah, those that need it most refuse to. Beautifully stated. You can lead somebody towards it, but you can't like it's not our space to force others, you know? Absolutely. Thank you as well, Ed. Thank you as well, Unique. Oh, I love hanging out with me. Been a long journey. Absolutely. Welcome, Colleen. Thank you, Kate, for the follow. Yes. Yep. You're so welcome, Carly. Thank you as well, Avatar. I know. I appreciate it. Oh, no worries, Avatar. Mm-hmm. My stack. So, Colleen, if you want to find my stack, just head over to my profile. It's the one that has the stack that has an SUB before it. Okay. The apps don't like it when we mention their names. So you're so welcome, Alexandra. I got you, dear. Absolutely. Exactly. And thank you, Allison, for the follow. How you doing today, Nico? Good to see you. Yobet, the list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. So, all right, let's get to it. It never ceases to delight me when individuals ask me why I dye my hair this color. Why would I, why, guys? All right, let's continue right now. Ah, sigh. Let's continue. The next person we're reading for today. The next person we're reading. I'm still looking for Claire. The first person, the next person we're reading for. It just, but I need to point out, it shows the distortion that happens in this experience, right? Like it's like the wild distortion that occurs, right? All right, let's continue right now. The first person, I'm still looking for Claire. If Claire's here, could you let me know by responding in all caps? If Claire's a second call right now for Claire. Second call right now for Claire. Yeah, oh, we got to 50K already, Laurel. Oh, good to see you, dear. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, thank you. Excellent. All right, so we're going to be doing the 50K giveaway. The list right now, thank you. Siobhan, the Mukesh, if I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. The list today is closed, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. For those who are on, we're also going to be honoring one card readings for super fans and paid members. So if you would like to get on the list, if you would like to become a paid member, you will be available to receive a one card reading once we finish the personals. Okay. So before we continue right now, we are going to do the 50K giveaway. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to 50K likes. Before we continue, yeah, you should, my mother has the same, Kath. You should see, hers is even more than mine. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've noticed more delusion in this, a lot of delusion. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate that, Avatar. All right, we're gonna get started on the 50K. So I am going to think of a number right now. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 37. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys see them. Well, the cards are going through very, very fast today. I got to back it back up. Still waiting to see it. Hold on a minute. Let me make sure I didn't miss it. Because they're going through very fast today. Let's see. Not seeing it yet. 1 second. I must have picked a good one. Purr. I see that one you posted. Okay, everyone stop. Okay, so stop. I think I've seen it. I just want to make sure because the numbers are a little bit wild today. I want to make sure that that was the first time I saw it. Everyone stop. Okay. Oh, yep. Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay. There it is. And you guys, there's a bit of a lag on my part. So just give me a moment because that's what's happening with the numbers. That's why I have to go back. But I have seen it. Okay. Thank you for that gift, Avatar. Oh, okay. Yeah, there was a huge lag on my part, so give me a minute, guys. But I have seen the number. I'm just scrolling back to see who was the first person that posted it because there was such a lag on my part. All right, Lisa, congratulations. You got it. We will do that again when we get to 100K. And thank you guys. All right, we're going to continue. No, it wasn't. Okay. It was 36, but there was a lag on my part, which is why I had to go back because I was I wasn't seeing all the numbers that were coming through. So thank you guys for your patience on it. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we are reading for today is, if Claire is not here, Julia, you are the next person I have on the list today. Could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer? One moment. Okay. Excellent. All right. On the disco outside tea, I got you, dear. And just a reminder, if you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant to share with me before we start, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. And thank you so much, Jose, for that gift. I appreciate you. And for those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, the list today is closed, but we will be doing one card readings for superfans and paid members if you'd like to become a paid member. Just pulling up Julia's question. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Spirit's got jokes, man. It's because she's not here. Twice. 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 amazing. Every time, every time it works. Every time. I'll be happy to hold it up again. Oh my gosh. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay. Oh, we have fun here. All right, let's continue. Okay. All right, let's continue. All right. This is outside tea, right, Julia? And I'm going to pin you up here, guys. Make sure to give Julia some love. Can't. It's too good. Okay, thank you, dear. Okay, what do we got? All right. Mm. So it sounds like we're doing a bit of a career, like a career read in relationality to trying to decide the best direction to proceed in. Um, there's a lot of potential drama that's occurring right now as it relates to. It feels like I'm seeing that there's a lot of drama in relationality to different spheres in terms of career and working through the feeling of the desire of kind of wanting to whether to move away from the things that you're currently doing right now or being able to effectively pursue new possibilities. Um, I can tell, or I feel like I love how you describe this because you articulated upon the fact that you feel to a certain extent like there's some quality or aspect by which you're going through something that feels like it's loading or something that's moving into focus, but you're trying not to crash out too much as you do so. You then want to split in relationality to a counterpart that you've been feeling is moving towards you in the physical plane, but you haven't met yet. Something about him stepping in and truly partnering with you in this life as a divine masculine, a protector of what is sacred. And you're just like, will I meet him at where will you meet them? Or what is the process by which you'll potentially come into connection to them? It's a lot to ask for a single reading, but we're gonna do our best. Those are two different readings, all right? But we're gonna do our best to try to navigate both because there could be a possibility by which they're energetically connected. Okay, can I please get 4 cards, please, for Julia, both in navigating some of the hurdles that one is experiencing career-wise right now, while also identifying and recognizing how to come into better alignment with divine counterpart. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I can see and feel what you're experiencing right now as it relates to career. And I feel like when I'm identifying with you, um, and I want to tell you something that's really important. Okay. Um, the energy that works with you respects your bandwidth. The energy that works with you respects your bandwidth. And the reason that I articulate that is because um and I think it's really like I feel like there's something I'm picking up something that's really important as it relates to and you have to understand I don't know why I don't know why this is coming through, but I just keep on hearing it and it's interesting too because like I've got a guide that's like moving my hand in this way. Um which is to say, I don't know, I keep on hearing someone trying to say to you inside, I keep on hearing your warning words are, if you really cared, you do it for free, is what I keep on hearing. And I want you to be, I want you to understand, if you hear those words, you turn and you walk away from something, and you don't look back for a minute, is what I keep on hearing. Because the thing you have to understand is, and this is what I keep on getting, like, this is what I keep on having, this like hand gesture as I'm trying to read for you, right? It's a very entitled, it's an entitled point of view, right? Entitled, the only energy, right? The only energy that ever says, if you really cared, you would do it for free, is energy that is entitled, right? It's energy that doesn't worry about anything. It's energy that like, it says to me, like, that is the energy that they're never going to see, you're never going to see eye to eye, because they are not in the same reality as you, right? And the reality, I keep on hearing, the reality that's for you wants to see you eat. And it's interesting too, because like, it's coming from a guide, because the guide keeps on, like, it's interesting too, because like, they're actually showing me, like, and I want to point out, like, there's something about the quality of this hand gesture that's coming through, which is the understanding, right? That when we care about each other, right? What is the first thing we say? Have you eaten? Have you eaten? Right? How can I nourish you? Right? So that understanding, this, I feel like there's something about this that they're saying, like, this is the thank you, which is the observation and the understanding by which one is able to articulate and understand, right? I keep on, like, I keep on getting somebody trying to say to you right now, oh, it's good exposure. Like, it is giving, like, it's giving, I see you being like, if somebody says, if someone says to you, it's good exposure, you go, I'm afraid I don't want to catch anything. That's what I say. Like, if somebody says it's good exposure, be like, I'm afraid I don't want to catch anything. Sorry. Is what I keep on getting you say from a guy. Oh, that sounds catchy, right? Because it says to me, that's what I keep on seeing, which is the energy that knows your limits isn't going to try to test them. The energy that knows your limits isn't going to try to test them, which is the modality or the opportunity of understanding that ability of you working through things, but not just working through things, doing things. Like, I keep on having, like, I see you kind of doing like a lot of different things at once, like, it's saying to me that observation is understanding. There shouldn't feel like any, you can't be energy right now. I'm going to tell you right now, because your guides are articulating it. Energy that tries to play tug of war with you right now is literally losing the opportunity of a lifetime. I keep on seeing this. What's going to happen right now is there's some energy that's going to be trying to play tug of war with you, and they're going to lose you in the tug of war. And they're going to realize when they did so that they lost the opportunity of a lifetime, is what I keep on getting. Because the ability by which you understand, I keep on seeing the understanding on where, like, I keep on hearing, like, the understanding on where you're going right now is what I keep on getting, which is the observation of another person, understanding that there's no quality and condition by which you moving towards something is a negative, but a positive. I feel like it's very important, because, and I want to identify this. I feel like I see a few different career pathways around you right now. And this is how you're going to navigate which one is best for you, which is the ability of identifying what those boundaries are in terms of what your limits are, and not the energy, like, not the energy that says, Like not the energy that says that's a pity, the energy that says I respect that and we can work with it is what I keep on getting. Because the thing about it is I keep on seeing the fact that I see you. I mean, everything I keep on seeing around you is you doing many different things right now, but they're all energetically connected, right? Like there's something there, and I want to describe this. Like it feels to me like it feels very Gemini because um like it says to me like when I keep on it's interesting too because I'm hearing like um you know like I keep on hearing when someone it's interesting because this is what's coming through from your guides. I'm hearing someone who's a mistress of many different things. So somebody who's doing many different things, when somebody tries to come towards someone in that way and tries to control them, they lose the opportunity of a lifetime because it's the modality of understanding, right? It's the modality of understanding that their ability to work with you as you're doing it is their highest blessing, is what I keep on getting. They're ignorant to their blessing, is what I keep on hearing, because they don't see the possibility of the fact that you would bring them forward with you as you continue forward, is what I keep on getting. Now, in relationality to all of that, the same energy, like you're right. This is why, because you are going to potentially meet counterpart through some of the work that you're doing. And I keep on hearing, like it says to me, it's the same energy that I keep on getting, which is somebody who wants to see you like fed. But the reason I keep on getting someone who wants to see you fed is somebody who's effectively understanding and recognizing, helping you recognize the difference between energy that's actually giving back to you, right? Like somebody who's effectively nourishing you in terms of you doing something and another person effectively identifying and appreciating it, versus I keep on seeing you having to let go. And I feel like this is you like letting go of some kind of like I keep on getting um like some kind of frustrating karmic situations related to others coming towards you with unreasonable demands, is what I keep on hearing. Like it feels very protective because I'll just show you the cards that arose, right? Like this is what I see your counterpart saying, which is those boundaries, like those boundaries look good on you. Like those boundaries look good on you. Like I love to see you in those boundaries because I feel like they themselves, it's interesting. I feel like they themselves have had a lot of experiences by which they've had a hard time maintaining their own, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like I feel like this is how do I describe this when I'm seeing here? Um it's saying like it feels like very responsible energy. And it feels very responsible because I keep on seeing, I don't know why I keep on hearing someone say, um, I don't know why they're saying there are no perks, which is why it's interesting that it's interesting that this guide is saying there are no perks, because like what it's really identifying to me is um I feel like like the thing I keep on getting is I feel like this is somebody who works in some kind of space where by which they've seen others be like I keep on hearing dragged by by a promise, right? And I keep on hearing like dragged by a like it's interesting that like I have to write that down for you. Um Like dragged by a promise is very important here, because I keep on hearing I keep on hearing them like, wow, like, hold on a minute. Oh, wow, hold on a minute. I keep on hearing somebody's spitting fire. Hold on. I'm hearing dragged by a promise. And I keep on hearing promises are what people give when their hands are empty. Is like, this is what they're articulating, right? which is the space by which they can't guarantee, right? A promise, a promise, like I keep on hearing promises, like uh, promises are like infinite, right? Promises are infinite when there are no guarantees, right? Promises are infinite when there are no guarantees. Which is what I keep on hearing someone say, which is the opposite. They've been burned before by someone who recognizes that when something's not guaranteed, all of a sudden, oh my, everybody gets a promise. Like, you get a promise, and you get a promise, and you get a promise, because nothing's guaranteed, right? So it's the energetic, like, it's almost like the space by which another person says you can't promise something if you can't guarantee it, right? The promises are only promises unless they're guaranteed. So I see somebody. It's interesting. Like, I don't know if this is somebody, like, I wouldn't be surprised if this person works in some kind of legal capacity, because when I start hearing energy like this, like, it feels like somebody who, like, works through, cutting through, like, another person's, like silliness, is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list today, the list is closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow, and you will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right, I'm going to take a moment to read over, and just bear with me. Let's see here. Thank you for confirming what I was reading for, Julia. Absolutely. Yep. I'm not even looking or wanting. Yeah, they just keep coming up. I can see. Well, I can see why, because it's like I was getting, they're coming in hot. And thank you for encouraging everyone to tap to 100K. I appreciate you, Nicole. Yeah, they all say they are, but yeah, not translating. No free over here. My guides are up there working overtime. Absolutely. Yeah, all of the way. I feel like my counterpart's very big on nourishing. No, I see it. Mm-hmm. I feel like they're in the business of getting others fed, which again gives me some kind of indication in the fact by which they might work in some kind of legal way, is what I keep on getting. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so many different things at once. I don't play the, yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. I agree, Angelo. Everyone should be very conscientious with those who they do energetic work with. So, um, yeah, absolutely. You're cutting it away. Mm-hmm. Yeah, your Jupiter's in Gemini. I feel like this is a big time for you. You know? Absolutely. Yeah, showing me everyone they can't. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Hi there, Joseph. How you doing today? It's interesting. Like I see somebody who's got like they've got a good strong intuition sense. But the funny thing is, it's like I want to point out the person I'm seeing, like I keep on hearing I feel like they refuse to believe it's intuition. They try to they try to say, "Oh, it's not intuition, it's good sense." Right? Like I see somebody who actually has a really strong intuition sense, but they only call it sense. Be like, "No, everybody like they refuse like they refuse to accept the fact that what they think is sense is actually their intuition is what I keep on hearing. Like they've got incredible intuition, but they insist it's sense. Right? Like I hear they insist. They're like, no, it's just sense. It's just common sense is what I'm getting. Hmm. Yeah, I feel like you're gonna make promises or things people give when their hands are empty. That's what I was hearing them say. Hmm. Oh my God, Nikki. Yep. It can't be a promise if it's not a guarantee. Exactly. Hmm. Yeah. They made me, Nikki. I'm doing well. Hold on a minute. You're so welcome, Julia. Excellent. Oh, I'm glad to hear it's a beautiful day where you are, Nicole. Hi there, me. Excellent. Hi there, M. Um, oh, thank you so much, Nicole, for tapping the screen. I appreciate you. All right, my friends, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Kath. Kath, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, friends, the list is closed today. But if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. Okay. It's on the disco. Got it. How you doing, Kath? Thank you for letting me know. And just a reminder, friends, if you are a super fan or a subscriber, you can post your information on the read on the disco if you have information you feel is necessary or relevant for the purpose of our reading. And if if you are a super fan or a paid member and you're waiting for one cards, we've got one. Hold on a minute. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll be starting. We'll be starting the one cards in about an hour. Okay, just to give you guys some clarity. All right, before we continue right now with Kath's reading, I am go. Oh, actually, Nicole, I just want to confirm something first, dear. I've got you twice today. So I've got you listed as high gifter, but I see you're also on the list. Do you want two readings today or do you want to hold one of those readings? Just let me know what you prefer to do. Okay, perfect. I just wanted to confirm. So that changes. So friends, in about 50 minutes, we should be getting started on the one card readings for super fans and subscribers. All right, let's get to it. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I've got the fire dragon. We're going to do that again after the next reading. How you doing today, Clarita? Very funny, Carl. All right. How you doing today, Cyber? All right, let's get to it. One moment, please. I knew I couldn't type fast enough. No, it's fire. Absolutely. Oh, I like it, Dada. Okay. The frog. Yeah, of course, as soon as you get here. Yep. All right, let's continue right now. Oh, you got it, Laurel. Well done. Look at Laurel. Okay. Sorry, Kath, is this inside tea or outside tea? Very much a much bigger fire breathing, not green frog. Amazing. Outside. All right, guys. I'm gonna pin up Kath here. Make sure to give Kath some love. Can I have a divine counterpart read? I wonder if keeping the connection open to an individual has any impact on meeting my counterpart. I wonder if it's my energy and situation that keeps me from meeting them. I'm just curious if we will meet in this lifetime. Get to it. 4 cards, please. Mm-hmm. There's a very important message that I keep on hearing coming through from divine counterpart, and it has to do with this fire dragon energy, which is them reaffirming the fact that they're going to love you in the light of day. They're going to love you in the light of day. They're going to be screaming. They're going to be screaming your love from the mountaintops. Is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something really important about that I'm identifying here in relationality to what I see that you're currently experiencing or going through versus what it is that you're navigating towards. Because I just keep on getting in relationality to this energy the fact that like this is what I see. Like this is a type of person that I energetically see you moving towards. And so I see somebody who doesn't take half measures to things. They've got a lot of enthusiasm, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like there's a lot of it, it's a very enthusiastic energy. And I feel like it's interesting because I feel like I see somebody that I see somebody that works through something here. And the observation of what they're energetically working through, I just keep on identifying that how do I describe this? Like there's I feel like I see a situation. I want you to understand, I feel like this divine counterpart has had an experience by which another person um, refused to introduce them to to something, or carried some kind of space by which another person, like I keep on hearing somebody who damaged a relationship by bringing too much caution towards it, which is like I just keep on hearing like they're navigating a wound. Like I keep on hearing someone say like, why are you ashamed of our connection? You know, like there's something very specific about this because I see somebody who has a lot of wounds in this direction. They themselves have they it's a bit of a thing with them, that it says to me that like they're someone, like I feel like they're someone who builds very heavily into the context of trying to articulate the energetic sentiment as it relates to how we make each other feel welcome in each other's experiences. And I keep on hearing like them saying names are important because when we name things, we tell others what they mean to us. Wow, hold on a minute. I need to write that down for you. I have to write that down. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just keep on hearing them. I just keep on hearing them say names are important because through naming things we let others know what they mean to us. Right? That's where it exists. Right? It's not, and I keep on hearing them articulate upon the fact that it's not about the fact that a name changes things. Right? Like names don't change things, but in the communicating of a name, we convey what something means to us or someone means to us. So I feel like that's really, I feel like that's very important there. And the reason that I'm articulating that is because as it relates to a situation of something that you're still moving towards, is this an issue related to that? Is this something where you keep on asking someone what's going on and instead of articulating what it is, they try to say it's complicated? Because here's the thing about it, nothing is complicated if we try to bring clarity to situations, right? Nothing is complicated. And if another person tries to articulate the fact that something is complicated, right? Are they hiding from the simple truth? Right? And that's what I keep on hearing. And it's interesting because that's what the divine counterpart is articulating. That often those who are trying to hide, the simple truth, right? Those who are trying, just watch how those who are trying to hide the simple truth will immediately say, when you ask them what's going on, it's complicated. It's not complicated. They just don't want to say what's going on. Right? They're going to say it's complicated. Complicated is a very convenient way to avoid explaining something. Right? There you go. Complicated, right? Complicated is a very easy way to avoid explaining something that you don't feel inclined to explain. So I keep on hearing, if this person has used the word complicated, let the complication be the closure, right? Like let the complication be the closure. Because if they're articulating that it's complicated, it's because you're the complication, right? They're trying to make something complicated. It's not complicated. So I keep on hearing, let the complication be the closure, right? You hear that word? You hear that word, right? No good is going to come from it. No good is going to come from it. No good is, I just keep on, no good, nothing. What comes from complication? What comes from complicated situations? Nothing good, right? And somebody doing something that isn't fully, right? Somebody doing something that fully isn't in the light of day will articulate upon the fact it's complicated by saying, I don't really want to talk about it, nor do I want you to talk about it. Right? Right? I don't like, nor do I want you to talk about it, which is why I'm not telling you what's going on. Right? Like that's what they're really saying when somebody says it's complicated. They're saying it's not fully in the light of day, and I'm not inclined to tell you because you might say it to somebody else and then they might know what's really going on. Right? The observation, nothing's complicated that's good. right? Because when something's good, we're eager to talk about it. We're eager to talk about it. When something's good, you're like, I can't wait to tell you about it. It's a joyful noise. It's a joyful noise. It's not complicated. It's a joyful noise. When something is good, I just keep on hearing when something is good, right? It's not complicated. It's a joyful noise. And I just keep on hearing your counterpart saying, you will always be, they will always be bringing joy into your experience. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list tomorrow and you'll be the second person read for. You also have an additional card in your reading. I'm going to take, or also when we get to 100K likes over on the clock app, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. We're all in the same boat. Good to see you today, Per. Oh, you're born in the year of the fire dragon. That's so cool. I knew it. I couldn't type it fast enough. That's amazing. Absolutely. One, I don't see a different. One does Revit and the other does RAR. Amazing. Yeah. Screaming your name from the rooftops. Beautifully stated, Per. Mm-hmm. I have a flicker of hope meeting them. It's not a flicker of hope. It says to me they're very close to you on the other side of this. But I keep on hearing, like, don't get them confused. Don't get them confused. Don't get them confused by someone trying to integrate you into their complication. There's nothing complicated about them. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. You've tried many times to ask for clarity. That's not your divine counterpart is not going to continue to waylay you in terms of that conversation. Yeah, they just don't want to share or say what's going on. That's like, let that be confirmation on what I was reading. Maria, thank you for the follow. Yeah, they're hiding their truth. Absolutely. Thank you for confirmation, Ed. Yeah, it's not complicated. They just don't want to talk about it. Thank you, Viking, for the follow. Yep. Need to protect yourself from those complications. And Dottie, thank you for the follow. Erica, nothing to apologize for. I've got the list here. You're actually next. Perfect timing. Okay. And for those who are waiting for one cards, we've got 4 more reads today before we move into one card readings. So just stick around. I feel like I'm the one delaying. I don't want you to think about delaying, but I do want you to understand that your energy is a present is it's interesting because I was about to say precious, but the word that came through was present, a present resource, which means your energy is a gift. It's and the ability, like, not letting yourself be consumed with not allowing your thoughts to be consumed by someone that is treating you like a complication instead of a gift is what I was really getting there in terms of the gist of the reading, right? Don't be consumed with the fact that they keep articulating that it's a complication. Let the complication be the closure. Mm-hmm. You're so welcome, dear. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Erica. Erica, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question? Also, I have to move Strega because she's being very naughty right now. Dude, look, come on. Why? Why do we have to go through this? Why? Okay, come on. Yeah, you see, this is why you can't do that. I know, I hear it. Okay? Love your life. Love your life, okay? She's Louise. Okay, come here. Now you gotta say hi to everybody. Being very naughty today. Okay? Being very naughty. Love your life, okay? Lay on the things you're supposed to lay on, okay? God, I love you. Go. Okay, go. No, no, don't not immediately. All right, where were we? Okay. Okay. Meatball of your life. Yep, absolutely. Okay. Jeez. How did my, oh, okay, I've got you, dear. All right, before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle here. All right, got one here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the blackbird. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. I know, belly. It's mostly belly. It's such a cute belly. Strega's like, dump bag over your ear. All right, let's get to it. And I'm going to pin up Erica here. Guys, please give Erica some love. All right. I'm going to keep this here. Okay. Can I get 4 cards? I mean, I feel like there's something really important here that I'm seeing. You know, there's something I'm seeing. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's something I'm seeing here that's really important as it relates to understanding, right? You know, I good people, you know, the sound of a relationship reaching, like, the sound of a relationship reaching a screeching halt is the modality by which you recognize the space by which it goes, oh, they're a good person, so I don't have to be. I don't know where this is. I keep on, and it's interesting too, because it feels like it's coming from an ancestral energy. There is nothing worse on this earth than somebody who goes, oh, good, they're a good person, so I don't have to be. Right? Like the modality or the experience by which we effectively work through things is the observation or the understanding that when we recognize that, like when we understand that we are working, like we don't take advantage of other people's goodness to allow us to effectively I keep on hearing, so you don't like it says to me, like it's the energy, right? It says to me, it's the identification point of being able to recognize that is somebody that will, like, somebody doing that will perpetually identify the fact that they're powerless, right? I feel like I need to get you a book. Hold on. Hold on a minute. You got like a whole bunch of, hold on. You've got that. Like it's like a whole thing. Okay, 1 second. Erica, I feel like I'm just checking here. 1 second. Yeah, hold on. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so hold on. This is your book. And it feels like, and I think that it's like, it says to me, like, if you're protective, it's for good reason. Okay? Because I keep on getting, right, when another person identifies someone to be good, right? Right? You don't take advantage. right? You don't take advantage. Like if you're literally in a situation where you're taking advantage of another person's goodness, where does that place you? Right? If you're in a situation by which you are taking advantage of another person's goodness, what perspective, like what perspective are you affecting? You have, it's like literally the guides are like warning bell, like warning bell, like warning bell, like warning bell. Where could you possibly be perceiving something, if you're perceiving something in terms of taking advantage of another person's goodness by being able to articulate the fact that you're powerless, right? And the hard part about it is often energy that is taking advantage of another person's goodness, they will articulate upon the fact that they're energetically powerless. I'm not able to. I can't. It's a can, right? Because the thing about it is it's like, it's the observation, right? It's the observation of another person saying, this is what you can energetically expect from me, right? This is what you can energetically expect from me. And so I feel like there's something about that. The hard part about it, and it's interesting too, because this is why I have a guide, right? Like, this is why you've got a guide here coming through that says, right, consistency is a gift, right? Consistency is a gift because in the space by which you can effectively recognize or navigate what you can energetically expect, then even in that context, I can keep on, like, I feel like it's hard too, because like like the cards I'm seeing here, heavy on the disappointment, right? Like it feels heavy on the disappointment, and it feels heavy, right? It feels very heavy because, and I'm not sure why, but it feels like there's something that you're addressing that feels like a continuation, right? It feels like a continuation of something that you yourself were energetically working through between the two of you, in the context by which, like I keep on seeing, right? Like I don't know why I keep on getting like I just I keep on seeing someone. And it's interesting. I'm just getting a lot of messages from an ancestor that says, like, it's amazing. Like, hold on, this is a very specific message. It's amazing. It's amazing that you and them, like you and another person, are walking through the same place, because some individuals would express that the gravity itself is too heavy, right? Like the understand, like I keep on saying, there's some energy that even if their hands were free, even if their hands were free, the gravity itself would be too heavy to carry, is what I keep on getting. The gravity itself would be too heavy to carry, right? Which is the ability to identify that when another person does not want to energetically do something, they will find the smallest reason, right? They'll be like, I would love to, but oh, I can't. It's like that, oh, right. It's that type of energy is what I keep on getting, and it's interesting because it's the ability of saying, right. It's the ability of another person broadcasting at every moment, right. The grand gesture of them articulating the fact that, oh my god, like, you know what I mean, like the space by which, like, the emotionality by which everything feels like there's no small act with someone by which the gravity itself is heavy, because it's the observation of understanding that love makes us able to carry everything, right? The force of love, right? The force of love makes nothing, makes everything light. Like, that's the thing about it. The force of love makes everything light, which is the space by which we say, yeah, I can do that, right? No, it's fine. I gotta go, like, I gotta go 8 hours out of my way and do that. It's no problem. It's like, So, bottom of the deck on this reading, it's interesting because I got to point out this is their ancestral talking to me, not one of yours. I mean, that's all I'm getting. Like it's saying, it's saying to me, it's interesting because I actually feel like I've got some kind of energy that is appreciating the fact that you're trying to communicate with someone, or you're trying to bring some kind of point of balance to something, is what I keep on seeing. Because, I feel like, like, especially, I literally see you trying to ask for help for something. Like I see a situation of you literally asking for help on something, and another person, right? Like somebody who's someone whose mouth is perpetually caught on the inconvenience, right? Like the modality by which another person is always saying, "Oh, I wish I could, but," right? Because the thing about it is I keep on seeing the like I feel like it's hard because, especially, like, if you were trying to articulate to them how you felt about something, I think it's hard because I almost see somebody that I keep on hearing, like, and it's interesting, this is coming from a guide that's articulating the fact that you're not a burden. You never were. But energy that doesn't want to do things is really good at trying to articulate to another how heavy something is. Remember, love makes things light. I feel like you need to write that down right now. I want you to make sure you're writing that down and looking at it. Love makes things light, because it's a cone, and it feels like it's a cone that's coming to you from um it's interesting. It feels like a sacred ancestral. And it's really interesting because it's very hard for sacred ancestrals to move to others unless there's something by which, like, unless another has disappointed someone so profoundly. I almost feel like I've got a guide saying, like, I did not expect to be in this position either, but I'm going to help you through this, is what I keep on getting. There's a lot. That's why I had to get you this. There's a lot going on here. Thank you so much. Hold on, I got to write down these cards for you because this is significant. I'm just writing these down. And yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages and to be here to experience them, that your confirmation on this is some kind of message where someone says, like, you giving someone a long message and someone being like, it's giving me this, somebody being like, sorry it took so long, is what I keep on hearing, right? And I keep on hearing, if they say sorry I took so long, right, the so long is actually their guide communicating through you the fact that the guide's coming to you. They're like, I have to articulate that. Okay, thank you, dear. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the second person read for. You'll also have priority if you get on the list today, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective tomorrow. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Okay. And just bear with me as I'm reading over the comments. I have to point out and I need to stress this, the energy, like even in the space by which some of the energy got weird during the reading, like that's what I feel like. It's almost like navigating what another person is dealing with or experiencing. So let's be conscientious about that as it relates to any strange. I keep on getting any strange presence that was coming through during that read. Yep. I'm going to point out ACS. We've got a specific rule here about not posting non sequiturs. Make sure that you're forming full thought forms. I would encourage you to look at the code of conduct that we find pinned to my profile in terms of the way to successfully, or the way that you're allowed to appropriately communicate in the chat space. So you're posting a lot of non sequiturs, right? Because they're not full thought forms. You're just dropping non sequiturs, which is not a way to communicate. Okay. Yeah. Thank you as well for yeah. Thank you as well, Ella. Thank you as well, Ed. I mean, but this is a really good. I mean, this is what I mean in terms of a case in point, because I'm just catching up. Um, I'm just catching up on some of these, but this is what I keep on getting. Remember, like the observation of you potentially trying to communicate something relevant to another, and instead of them proceeding upon the conversation, them trying to distract you with a non sequitur. The reason I haven't muted, right? The reason I haven't muted this individual is as a part of the reading. So the observation, like pay a close attention if you're trying to get information from another, and instead of giving you related information, they're just arriving at non sequiturs, because this is what I was talking about in relationality to the reading. Pay attention to it. Don't get frustrated by it. Get energetically informed on it. Because I feel like even there, that's the guide coming through to try to show you what you can energetically, like if you see that, I literally see a guide that's literally moving away from them to you, is what I kept on seeing. Thank you for helping to make that example clear, ACS. Excellent. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, when the ancestors, no, it's not like, that's what I've seen. Like I get very stressed when I have to read for situations like that, because when things have gone like that, things are very dark indeed, right? Like that's why there was a lot of like again, a lot of the energy that I was getting there was a heavy protection element there, because I keep on seeing things have gone very dark indeed. How you doing today, Phoenix? Hope you're doing well. Hi there, Sherry Licious. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, this is so me. Oh, sending you support on that journey, Laurel. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Excellent. All right. So I put in the request. I needed to keep that individual here to be able to articulate on explanation. And thank you guys so much for your patience in terms of it. Okay. Excellent. All right. Let's continue right now. Mm-hmm. How you doing today, Cyber? Oh, Lord. Hold on a minute. And I have to point out, it was happening. I need to stress this. It sometimes happens with certain readings. Like, as soon as I started doing that reading, we got a lot of like messed up energy, even over on the place where we keep the videos. So you'll have to hold on because I've got some hate speech to report. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Hi there, Nora. I mean, I do a lot of, in terms of like, I think it's really healthy to be able to investigate things in relationality to that. I mean, I know that you're saying might, but like you're in a room by which like I often get a lot, like we do a lot of work here in terms of exploring past lives. So, again, thank you for joining us. How you doing today, Suja? Just bear with me a moment. Okay. How you doing today as well? G and Traworth. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Nicole. Nicole, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And for those who are waiting for free one cards for super fans who would like free one cards today, or for those who are paid members over on the place where we keep the videos, we will begin getting started on those in about 30 minutes. So if you're sticking around, just stay tuned and we'll be able to get to those one cards. No problem, Nicole. So Nicole needs a moment. So the next person we're reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Excellent. Hi there, dear. Yeah, I've got time for you. You're on the list. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. You feel so unprepared. Okay, do you need a minute? I can wait if you need time to prepare for a reading. I can move down the list. I want you to be ready. Yeah, we can absolutely do a counterpart reading. All right, just hold on a moment, please. All right, bear with me a minute. Okay. Pity, did you send the donation? The list is closed today. So anyone who gets on the list from now going forward is going to be being read for tomorrow. But if you let me know where you sent the donation, just give me the initial where you sent it. I can confirm your space on the list for tomorrow. You don't have to tell me something new. What am I supposed to? Okay, let me see what I got coming through. Okay. And just bear with me a moment. Before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bull. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. Let's get to it. And can I please get... Mm-hmm. Oh, gosh. Mm-hmm. For anyone who has questions, Nikki, I had to reload there because I wasn't seeing the questions coming through. So I'm happy to answer any questions once I complete this reading. Okay. Look. Yeah, because I need to address this because this is like, there's something really, yeah, I don't know if you're feeling this, Bridget, but I'm gonna work you through. Yeah, I'm gonna work you through something that I'm seeing here in relationality to what somebody is like going through to a certain extent. Um I have to I have to, so I think I've explained to you that I'm seeing a situation where another person had to move away from something in order to protect it, right? Like the observation of someone doing what they knew was best, not because they desired to leave, but because they recognized that, like I just keep on seeing, they recognized that it was it was the best thing to do, given like I keep on hearing, like given a volatility point related to like another individual. Like it's really, it's giving me like rampage energy is what I keep on seeing here. And you know, even the observation of working through something in that capacity, I feel like I see somebody who still feels like very they're very like they know that what they did is best, right? Like they themselves know that, and it feels like it's connected to something professional for them. And the thing I keep on identifying is I keep on hearing in some way, shape, or form, they feel like this period of time right now is typically their Christmas, is what I keep on getting. Like I see somebody that potentially, I'm not sure why or where they were, but something about what they were doing was the observation of potentially waiting. Like I feel like they would wait all year for this particular time period, because I just keep on getting, it's the expression, like something about the expression of what they were doing was the space by which they would have the most fun. And so what I'm basically identifying is um that is like, I feel like I see somebody right now that is working through, like is working, trying to be very, very stoic, is what I'm getting. And the reason I keep on seeing them trying to, like I literally see somebody who's like not looking at something, right? Like I literally see somebody that like I'm getting the space of like somebody who's like deactivated something so that they can't look at it, because and here's the thing about it, it hurts too much to look at, right? Because and it feels energetically connected, right? Like, and I keep on seeing, and I can see the energy going like, I know I'm making the healthiest choice. Like they see energy going, I know I'm making the healthiest choice, because they understand, like they keep, I feel like they're articulate, like it just, it feels to me like I see somebody that's doing anything right now. Like I see somebody that's doing everything right now to get their mind off the fact that there's somewhere else that they potentially would prefer to be, but they know that they can't be, is what I keep. And it's funny too, because like, and I got to tell you, as soon as I started doing this reading, like my nose like started itching like crazy, because, and I want to point out, like it's the reason I keep on getting, the reason that they feel like it's not just the fact that they consider this a joyous time, but they also feel that this would have like this is like they're probably at the height of their irritation because they also know the fact that this is like I keep on hearing like this is some kind of like I keep on getting like some kind of windfall moment that they would typically be a part of, right? Like something about the relationality to whatever they were doing right now. Not only, right, not only was it something that they feel like they have like a lot of like emotionality towards, but it also feels like it feels connected, right? It feels connected to their financial realm too. And I keep on seeing, and it's interesting because I told you one of the ways you'll recognize this person is I literally see them energetically connected to something that they still have a stake in. This is really important about it because I keep on seeing that the way that they're getting through something right now is they're articulating upon the fact that they know that they still have a stake in it, right? Like they still have a, I keep on hearing, they keep on saying, I still have a stake in it. I still have a stake in it. I still have a stake in it. And the reason that they're articulating that they still have a stake in it is the fact by which they're giving themselves some kind of consolation on the fact that even though they can't be there to energetically experience something, they're energetically aware, right? They're energetically aware that they're still a part of it. And I do feel like it's interesting too, because I feel like I see somebody right now that is in the process of potentially embarking on a new venture to get their mind off of it. Remember how I said that I kept on seeing somebody who's like, they identified that they were retiring, right? Like I just keep on seeing the fact that like I keep wondering they're coming to terms with the fact that they couldn't retire if they tried. Is what I keep on like they're I feel like this is the moment that they're recognizing that they missed something, right? They missed something that they used to complain about, right? Like I keep on seeing like I feel like they're actually like I feel like I see somebody in the process right now of forming energetic plans or trying to decide, right? Like they're like like I literally see somebody that's like, you know what I could do? Like, you know, I see like it's like in like they're forming a business plan. It feels very much like a business plan in here. Especially like because I'll just show you these like the yeah, like especially, you know, like there it's like there it's a love-hate relationship kind of thing I'm seeing. Especially bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's like it's a love-hate relationship, right? Because I feel like I see somebody that I feel like I see somebody who's coming to like they I like it feels like somebody who's really deeply connected to an energetic profession is what I keep on getting. Right. And when we're deeply connected to a profession, then often the space by which we feel unmoored without it, right? We feel adrift. Like I almost see somebody that's like reaffirming to themselves like and I keep on seeing like the consolation they're giving themselves is the fact that they've convinced them. I feel like they're looking, right? I feel like they're almost recognizing everywhere they go right now. I feel like they're scouting. There's some kind of scout energy here, right? There's some kind of scout energy. And the reason I keep on seeing that there's some kind of scout energy is because remember how I said that they've got a stake in something, right? They're looking to plant a new stake somewhere, right? Like that's what I feel like is happening with them right now. They're looking to plant a new stake somewhere, which is saying like that's also the way that they're fortifying themselves as they're navigating a situation. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, It's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the second person read for. You'll also have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. How you doing today? Casual. Tarot is spelled Tarot. So, I appreciate the fact that you have an opinion on it, but I need to point out the fact that you're here. You could be anywhere right now. You could be anywhere. You've got one precious, beautiful life. And the space by which you're in here, energetically griping about something that you're actively watching, clearly there might be something here you need. So if you care to learn more about it, you're welcome to stay. I've got a very simple rule for the chat space. You have to be kind, and that kindness needs to be about what we're doing. We have to honor the space of what we're doing here. You need to be kind to those who are in the chat space, and that's inclusive to me as well. So, and again, we also practice patience here. So I don't interrupt readings to answer questions until I finished reading. How you doing today, Nicole? Good to see you, Nikki. How you doing, Nora? Absolutely. Oh, there you go. But I mean, it's interesting because I'm a little unsure, Nora, about the question. Like it says to me, I'm not really clear in terms of what you're indicating in relationality to what your question is. Now, I will point out if there's questions that you have related to what we're doing, that I'm happy to be able to give clarity in terms of what we're doing here. But if there's something related to what's occurring within like the context of what you're experiencing, that requires cards to be pulled, that would be effectively a reading. So, absolutely. Well, I need to point out if there's anything that you may have missed in terms of what I articulated, you should have the ability, if you're on the place where we keep the videos, to go back into the read in terms of what we've been reading upon here. So a lot of the work that we do, like we do past life readings here, just to be clarifying. Absolutely. I need to point out the same thing, Nifty. You articulate upon the fact, like the modality by which you would enter into a space to just spread negativity. I hope whatever you're going through, you find healing on, because there's a million different spaces by which you could be spreading light right now, and yet you choose, like of all the places you choose to be, is in this space here. There's obviously something either you need to receive, but the quality by which you receive it doesn't require you to have to be in a space by which you're throwing negativity, both towards the work that we're doing here or towards those who might hold this in a space of healing and sacredness. So I hope you find that healing. Absolutely. And just reading over some of the comments. I got you, Bridget. Oh dear. Hold on a moment. Absolutely. I appreciate the help, Nikki. I mean, this is what I keep on hearing. What I see them bringing to the table is a business plan. Like I see somebody like actually working on one. No, yours is very different, Per. I see someone going through something that is very, very different. Absolutely. Yes. Oh, that's fascinating. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling frustration, and it's hard to tell. The thing I keep on, like, I keep on seeing somebody. It's hard because I see somebody who's feeling it's like everything is serving them a reminder of what they're missing right now, which is why I keep on seeing, like, I see somebody who's trying to focus upon what they're creating, specifically because of the situation. Yeah, I know. It's pretty wild, right? And thank you, Ebenezer, for the follow. Oh, thank you, Nicole, for encouraging everyone to tap to get us to 100K. Thank you as well, Mighty, for the follow. Absolutely appreciate that. I mean, Nora, I deeply appreciate the suggestions. I'm aware of those individuals, and I've studied their work. So I mean, I guess I appreciate it. So have a great day. Thank you. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Nicole. Nicole, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. How are you doing today, Amir? And just a reminder, yep, I got you, Nicole. Good to see you. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And as we wait for that question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nikki. Oh, I love it. Okay, excellent. Let's continue. She is, though. She is. She's over. You understand? She's over on the place where we keep the videos. So she got to see. An extra thank you. An extra thank you from Spirit. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. 3 times. That's wild. Okay, I got you, dear. And before we continue right now, I'm going to pin up Nicole here. Guys, make sure to give Nicole some love. We're doing an energetic read for the time period between. Okay, I got you, dear. Can I please get 4 cards? All right. 4 cards, please. All right. And for those who are waiting for 1 card readings for super fans and subscribers, we've got 2 more readings before we start. So in 20 minutes, we'll get started on those 1 cards. Plenty of time if you'd like to become a super fan or subscriber to receive a 1 card reading. So, there's like a lot of energy that I see that you're potentially navigating right now, particularly related to those days. And the one thing I want you to effectively navigate or address as you're working through a lot of that energy right now is, how do I describe this? I feel like and it's interesting too because it has to do, like, you have the answer to this question already, is what I'm getting, in relationality to the dream that you received. And I need to kind of hold on. I need to go back to your dream. So just bear with me one moment. Hold on a minute. Where is it? Mm-hmm. So, and it's interesting too because I was looking for another dream, but a different dream appeared when I was looking for the dream I was initially looking towards. And it says to me, the message I keep on getting is that support comes towards us support comes towards us in many different ways. So like, but in the way by which we are able to effectively navigate a circumstance or situation by building into what we're working to embody. And I feel like it's really important because they're reminding me they're reminding me of the energetic vision that they gave you, like in terms of one of those guides that came through, right? They're specifically articulating, right? Remember the combined force of the energy, right? Like remember the combined force of the energy that we articulated in that dream space. Because the one thing I keep on seeing is, and it's interesting too because like I want to describe what I'm identifying here is the observation of someone going going all over the place. Is like when another person is jumping all over the place, the important thing that we identify and say, like, why are you acting? I keep on hearing, why are you acting so strangely? Right? I keep on getting this message, right? Because the only sound, right? Like the only sound when another person is trying to move reactively towards us, right? The only sound when another person is trying to move reactively towards us is the space by which we say, like, why are you acting so strangely? Right? Like I keep on hearing, like, why are you acting so strangely? Which is being like because it's somebody trying to elicit a reaction from you, right? It's somebody who is trying to elicit a reaction from you. Like usually the understanding when another person is acting strangely, it's because they're trying to elicit a reaction, right? So don't react, observe. And I think that that's really important because um, I keep on getting to like when another this is wild because this is coming straight from your guide, and this is one of the coolest things I've ever heard. When somebody wants us to strike a nerve, we strike a pose, is what I keep on getting. I'm not like when when someone's trying to strike a nerve, we strike a pose, which is the observation by which we articulate and identify the energetic strangeness in somebody trying to strike a nerve within us, right? Like it's the state or nature by which we say to somebody, like, that's very interesting and curious because it almost identifies, like I feel like there's something about that because um you know it's interesting too because like um it's it's giving me, because I'll tell you right now what I'm seeing. I'm seeing somebody who's like reaching into, like I see somebody literally reaching into, like 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 the sound of somebody like trying to find anything is like pulling up something that is completely normal, is what I keep on getting, right? Like the sound of somebody in a point of desperation is pulling out something that is completely normal, which is to say, your ability to articulate. And like I feel like it's interesting because like it's your ability to, it's like somebody trying, it's like it's almost giving me the type of energy is like someone trying to accuse you of something and you affirming it, right? Like I feel like that's what's wild about it. Like you being like I feel like there's you having to take some kind of like so so what energy to something. And I keep on hearing like that in itself is like, I feel like that's what I mean in relationality to you, kind of like finding some kind of point of energetic like security in something, because it's you. I keep wondering, it's not you being reactive, but it's you being energetically observational. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because I feel like it's giving me it's giving me the type of energy, and that's what I meant about focusing on that guide work that I saw with a lot of like your guide saying the combination of like this and that, like your ability of saying, well yeah. And I keep on you saying, you going, you too, you know. Like it almost feels, it's weird because it's like I feel like it's somebody, I don't know why I keep on hearing one of your guides saying like the sound of someone falling on the sword of their own admission. Yeah, it's saying the sound of someone falling on the sword of their own admission, which is like it feels to me like somebody trying to effectively accuse you of something, and in the moment that they do, they like they identify their own failure point, is what I keep on seeing. So don't, I keep wondering, don't be reactive. Be like case, I keep wondering, like case in point is what I keep on getting. Like it's saying to me, it's like perfect example kind of energy. Thank you so much for having the bottom of the deck on it. Yeah, like I said, right? It's like it almost feels like it's almost like somebody like revealing something about themselves in the space by which they try to, I keep wondering, they try to energetically create hostility off over something that everybody can relate to, is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed. But if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just taking a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. How you doing, Nikki? Oh, how you doing, Ava? It's all right, Ava. Don't let them get under your skin. You know? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, so it's hard for me because like I don't want to, like the one thing I was trying to confirm in relationality to that is I don't want to make assumptions in terms of what's going on there without giving a reading, right? So even in the space by which like that's what I meant in relationality to trying to tell that individual, like I was having a hard time understanding what they were trying to get to what they were asking me to answer, because that's what I was inflecting upon in terms of saying in order to understand more completely what they might be experiencing, we would effectively need to have a reading. I hope that that was clear in terms of what I was trying to articulate to them. Excellent. Mm-hmm. Sending you so much support, Nicole. Yeah. Oh, we got to 100K. Wonderful. Um, so Leah, the list is closed today. However, I've got you on the list for tomorrow, so you'll be the second person we read for tomorrow. You'll also have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I would also ask that when you mention the other apps, you just put the initial, because the apps, they're very jealous. They don't like to hear the names of other apps on their. So just the initial next time, not just for me, but for anyone else. We greatly appreciate it. Empowerment is what comes to mind. Exactly. I will like that. Yeah. Thank you as well, Ed. Henrietta, thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. Hold on a moment. Okay. Excellent. Hi there. How you doing, Rainbow? It's funny. I was literally thinking about this earlier. Oh, thank you for also being here and receiving this message, Mighty. Mm-hmm. She is a great tap motivator. Absolutely. Appreciate it. I was sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Ugh. And King, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so it is closed today, dear. So, but I have you on the list for tomorrow. We should be on tomorrow at 8:15 a.m. PST, 11:15 a.m. Eastern, and you'll be the second person on the list to be read for. You never miss a reading here once you're on the list. Mm-hmm. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Nicole. All right, let's continue. For anybody waiting for free one card readings for super fans and for paid members, we've got one more reading today and we'll be getting started on those. So those should be happening within the next 10 minutes. Thank you for your patience. Next person we're reading for today is It's My. It's My, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Oh, we have to do the 100K first. Okay, perfect. Let's do the 100K first. Hi, dear. And then let me know don't post your question yet. It's My, or if you want to post it over on the disc. Okay, it's in the disco. Perfect. Okay, great. All right, so I am currently thinking of a number between 1 and 55. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys see them. Oh, I see it. Just hold on a minute. I just want to confirm it's the first time that came through. So everyone please pause. Mm-hmm. Yep, Ella, congratulations. You got it today. We'll be doing that again when we get to 150K. Those readings will be available starting tomorrow. And thank you so much, guys, for participating. The next person we're reading for today is It's My. It's My. If you could let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer, was 41. Okay. In the disco. I got you, dear. And before we continue right now with It's My's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hair. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up It's My here. Guys, make sure to give It's My some love. Okay. Is this inside? Yeah. Is this inside tea or outside tea? Okay. Outside. Yeah, but so we're effectively doing an Akashic. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. So I mean, I feel like there's something really important. Um, there's something important that we navigate. Um, and I want to point this out because I feel like the guide that's coming forward to you is here to like help you through some hard truths. And I keep on getting like the message that I keep on getting in recognizing and identifying like the space by which another, like, we can learn a lot about the shape of a person. And I'm not sure why I'm not sure why this is coming through so heavily. Like there are moments in our life where individuals effectively tell on themselves, as it relates to their own malintentions. And there are certain things, there are certain words that someone can say to us that should be that we often take as criticism, but should really be taken as an alarm bell. And the alarm bell moment that they're trying to bring you to is the state or nature where someone got upset at you, right? Where somebody got really, really upset at you. And in the heat of the moment, okay, in the heat of the moment, they're showing me a moment where they're shouting at you angrily, "You never do what I expect you to do." Okay? You never do what I expect you to do. Okay? And I have to point that out. That was the greatest protection you ever received. That person, right? That person potentially leaving you over that condition was the biggest blessing, right? It was the biggest blessing of your life, because it begs a question, right? It begs a question, which is, if someone gets angry, right? If someone gets angry at you because you never do, right? You never do what they expect you to do. Why do they need you predictable? Why do they need you predictable? Why do they need you predictable? Why did they need you predictable? What were they energetically hiding from you? I feel like that's what the guide is here to help you with, right? Like that is not a negative. That's not a negative. That's a positive. Because when we care about each other, right? I keep on seeing, when we care about each other, we defy expectations, right? When we care about each other, we defy expectations because we raise the bar, right? So I literally see you in the act of energetically recovering from modalities by which you were trying to raise the bar, and another person wasn't looking for a bar raise moment. They were looking for predictable energy, right? And predictable energy, right? The only reason that someone would want predictable energy, and the reason why a person would get, and here's the difference about it: consistent and predictable are different things. Consistency, right? Consistent and predictable are different things. And I need to understand, consistently defying expectations is beautiful, right? The quality of consistently defying expectations is incredible. It's something that anybody who wants something healthy would aspire for, because it's the energy that understands that when we make requirements to each other, we say, or better, right? And then in that betterment, there you are making something energetically better. If somebody in the past got upset at you for defying expectations, it's because, right, they weren't seeking, right? They weren't seeking something divine with you, right? They weren't seeking something divine with you. They were seeking, they were seeking something energetically beneath you. They were seeking something beneath you. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because I feel like there's something important about, I feel like there's something very important that's happening right now, particularly in relationality to the guy that I see that's potentially coming forward here, because everything I keep on identifying is like, I just keep on getting like the space by which they're identifying and saying, right, we exist to defy expectations, right? When we exist to defy expectations, because that is us at our most blessed, right? If your conscientious concern, right? If you hear somebody shout at you, you never do what I expect you to do, right? Make sure that you understand that the next logical question that you need to ask someone like that is, what were you expecting? And why, what were you expecting? And not only what were you expecting, if they're not inclined to answer, that's 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 your protection. That's concerning, right? It's not concerning, right? It's not concerning. We're not like it's not concerning in relationality to not doing what we're expecting. It's concerning when an individual tries to articulate that that's a problem, because that means that they're trying to predicate, right? That's predatory. That's predatory behavior, right? Somebody who gets upset, someone who gets upset because another person isn't predictable enough. That's predatory behavior. And I feel like your observation of being able to recognize or understand that is being able to apply energetic logic to things, particularly and especially as it relates to the fact that I see you working energetically consistent. I feel like I see you consistently working to help create safe spaces for others. And I feel like this is either a conversation that I feel like this is relevant, either in something that it says to me, either something that you are actively healing from, either something that you're helping another person heal now, or something that you are working through. So they're saying it's got three connection points. It's something that you're healing from, it's something you're helping another person heal, and it's something that you're working through. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here too. And I keep on seeing, like, because I keep on hearing, like, you're like, like, like I keep on feeling like you see somebody. I keep on hearing someone introducing you, being like, "This is my counterpart." They're constantly raising the bar. Like, here's my counterpart. They're constantly raising the bar. Like the standards energetically raised, right? Like I keep on seeing, like that's what I keep on getting with this bottom of the bottom of the deck, right? Which is being like, I just keep on hearing someone say, like, this is my counterpart who's constantly raising the bar, because that is the energy, that's the excitement that we have in relationality to having like a divine union, right? Like it's like, oh my gosh, it's always getting better. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the third person read for. I'm doing well. I am Dinosaur. How are you doing today? All right. Hold on a minute. Yep. And just reading over. And before you guys need to give me a minute. I need to fix this situation with the glare. Okay. Just bear with me. There we go. Okay, good. Perfect. Okay. All right, one moment. And thank you so much for the follow, Yusuf. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. That one was yesterday too, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. You saw it coming through yesterday. It was coming through for you yesterday too, wasn't it? Yeah. Hi there, Davika. You woke and spoke today. That's nice. Looks good on you. Absolutely. Hold on a minute. Yeah, likely true. I said either. Oh, sending you support on that journey as well, Davika. Yeah, because I know things. Sending you support, it's my. And thank you for also receiving these messages, Ed. I cared about myself and declined. Sending you support, dear. Thank you as well, KT. I need consistency. The rest spells itself on that statement. Beautifully stated. Thank you as well for confirmation, Ed. It felt odd or off and telling. It could have been a power imbalance moment. Yeah, I didn't hear the shouting either. Sending you support as well, dear. Absolutely. Thank you as well. You're so welcome, dear. Mm-hmm. I'm so glad these messages are helping you as well, KT. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sending you so much support on that journey. It's my raising the bar, tap to claim. Yeah, so I'll be on tomorrow at 8:15. 8:15 PS 8 you know what? 8:15 PST, 11:15 a.m. Eastern. Okay, perfect. Not ignoring you, Mehak. We're doing our best to be able to read everyone's messages. So we always ask, I don't interrupt readings to answer those in the chat. You have to wait till effectively we're done our readings. Excellent. I mean, all signs always point to the affirmative on that, Mall. Thank you for the compliment, Atolk. And as I said, if I'm ever mispronouncing your name, just let me know. I'll be happy. Let me know, and I'll be happy to correct. Oh, you do. Thank you as well, Lucas. Good to see you. Excellent. All right. So we're going to get started now on one card readings for super fans and for paid members. So if you are a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos, you can post your question. If you are a subscriber or if you are a super fan over on the place where we keep the video, over on the clock app. Okay. First one we're seeing here, one card reading, one moment for Yaz, angelic. It feels like something. I'm happy. So Leia, I'm happy to fulfill that request. I'll do that as soon as I'm off. Okay, thank you. The moon card in itself, like it says to me, like it feels like something energetically connected to a past life. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, specifically and particularly in relationality. Like it's interesting because I keep on like I think we've talked about a past life before in relationality. It says to me it's not something that you used to do, but you used to have a lot of friends who would who pursued that direction is what I'm getting. Yeah, especially with the ram energy is what I keep on seeing. Specific like there's something about that where I keep on get like I feel like I keep on it's interesting because I'm seeing a past life by which others were energetically encouraging you to do so. Specifically and particularly, I just keep on remember how I identified we talked about some of that past life work and I keep on getting the fact that you used to laugh at like I feel like there was something about in the past life you used to laugh it off, but in this life it feels like something that feels more serious to you, if that makes sense. Okay. Rainbow, one card on cultivating. Ooh, what a beautiful question. Rainbow, cultivating emotional safety within and with others. Consistency. Emotional safety is found in consistency. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, when we're building consistently, we don't hold on to things tightly. It says to me like we have a loose grip on things, which is the modality by which we are effectively like the space by which we're energetically we feel energetically sure because like when we feel sure we become each other's sure, right? because yeah, especially with the blackbird energy, um, I feel like it's like, it almost says to me like there's something important about that. Um, I keep on hearing, what do I need right now? Right? Like I just keep on hearing the words, what do I need right now? What do you need right now? Right? Answering needs. Um, in terms of like, I just keep on hearing like answering needs. And in the space by which when we answer needs, then like we build, like it's almost like it's like I have a like it's a space by which we become each other's relief, right? Thank you so much, dear. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. You're so welcome, Ivana. One moment. Avatar, one card on divine counterpart, please. Oh, these two cards did not want it to release. Um, I feel like I see somebody who feels like they feel like they're trying to play catch up on something, you know. And it's interesting too, because I feel like I've got a guide trying to reaffirm to them that they can't be late for their own journey, you know. um Animal oracle, yeah, the hair energy. Yeah. It feels like someone who's finally pursuing something that, like, I keep on hitting someone like smacking their chest, like they're doing something that speaks to their soul, is what I keep on seeing. And like doing something that I keep wondering, like something that they feel like they should have done a long time ago, but I got a guide around them saying like this is, they're finally in the space by which they're ready to make those choices, which is why it's the perfect time to do so. Green eyes, thank you for the follow. Mm-hmm. It's okay. So here's the thing, Leia. I'll also point out the readings, just for the future, the readings are always held here. So if you ever want to get on the list and have the reading held, then all you need to do is come back at any time and claim the reading. But I'll be happy, like I'll address that request as soon as I get offline. It's no problem at all. Mm-hmm. Yep. I got you. It's my, yeah, it's interesting. Um, I feel like I'm seeing something there. I don't know why I keep on hearing like a very fast answer. Yeah, particularly and especially with the Queen of Pentacles. Um, why do I keep on getting I feel like you know, here's like I feel like it feels like it's related to a conversation in terms of what they noticed. Um, like what one noticed in like some kind of conversation here. There are two words, there are two words that are coming through. And if you like the two words that are coming through, if you message me, I'll share them with you. Okay. Mm-hmm. I got you, Bridget. One card, please. Um, again, I keep on hearing you having to say to someone you're not there to hold grievances. You know, the Hermit card in the reversal, like it almost feels like somebody trying to have, like, I keep on seeing you say like building a supportive environment. A supportive environment is not where we air grievances, right? I just keep on hearing a supportive environment is not where we air grievances. Hold on, I'm gonna write that down. Okay, thank you so much, dear. Yeah, animal oracle. I keep on hearing you say to somebody, you know, they can hear you, like I feel like, I don't know if this is a tendency of a person to try to talk as if another person doesn't have ears, is what I keep on getting. Like I almost feel like I see you in some way making someone aware of another person that has ears, you know? Mm-hmm. Alexandra. One card about how they feel about that last conversation. I mean, if they got quiet, it's because he hit it on the head, you know? Like, did it get quiet? Did it get real quiet because he hit the nail on the head? Is what I keep on getting, right? What else is there to say? Because I keep on hearing sometimes energy gets quiet because you hit the nail on the head. Particularly, like, and I wouldn't be surprised if someone tries to come back towards you. Like, don't let someone come back towards you with a non sequitur. If you articulated and said, like, it seems to me like this is what's happening, and then it got very quiet, because I feel like that quietude was the sound of you hitting something right on that, like hitting it right on the head, is not the space by which another person tries to heal it with a non sequitur. One card on those lyrics. I feel like somebody feels like they really messed up with you. You know? Yeah, they didn't realize that you were the, like, it says to me like somebody is going through a period where they miss your energy. And I feel like so every time I read for you, something happens with Strega. So Strega, I swear, Strega was sleeping and she just put her mouth up and she's got a business card in her mouth. Like it stuck to her mouth as she was sleeping. So I almost feel like I see somebody who's trying to think of a reason to call you, right? Like some kind of practical, like I see like somebody searching for a practical reason to potentially navigate the fact that they emotionally miss you. I got you, Melissa. 2 cards on what you need, your soul needs for self-care right now. A vacation. But here's the thing about it, it says to me, but it also says to me, um, somebody who recognizes what it means when you're on vacation, right? Like I keep on getting that. Like the space by which another person, like not just a vacation, but somebody who recognizes and respects the fact that you're on one. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like not like particularly with the Emperor energy, right? Like someone who's not going to take your vacation personally. Um yeah, the animal oracle with the dog energy. There's something, I feel like I see something there. Um I feel like I see something there about working through. Like I see something there about working through um a viability point in terms of what is rational or reasonable, is what I keep on getting. And like the thing about it, like, you know, when we care about each other, um when we care about each other, we understand. Like I feel like there's like it says to me, it feels like it's like somebody who appreciates the quality of, I keep wondering, the quality of spending time together, not like I keep wondering, quality time is not a burden, it's a priority, is what I keep on getting. So somebody who understands, I keep wondering, somebody who understands, like, not just what you do, but the quality by which, like, I see, like, especially if there's something you do that it's hard to move away from, but the ability to kind of like the fact that you need to be able to plan something ahead of time, that you can't just act spontaneously, is what I keep on getting. Avatar, one card on divine counterpart, please. Got the death card here. So I feel like it's a continual. Remember, I told you I see somebody going through like a serious awakening process. You know, yeah, I feel like I see somebody coming to terms with the fact that they're becoming spiritual. Is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like they've got a guide associated with them that is laughing hysterically about it. Is what I keep on getting. Like it says to me, like it's like I feel like I just see some kind of guide there. That's like it's just there's a lot of this energy that I'm picking up upon in relationality to another person. Like it's like there's some kind of giggle energy related to their guide being like, like I like it's like like I need to point out the most spiritual, like the most spiritual people are often in the context of the energy that like the best spiritual people are those who are very like like like, you know what I mean, being like because like the guides like delight in the observation of being like, I feel like I see him being like, explain that, explain that, explain it, oh wait, oh wait, like you've got a guy going, oh wait, you know. Mm-hmm. Yep, I got you there, Yaz. Laurel. Mm-hmm. One card on divine counterpart, please. This is heavy. Yeah. I feel like I see somebody admitting, like I feel like I see somebody admitting that they need help with something. And it might be the strongest thing they've ever had to do, right? Because I see somebody who's recognizing they don't need to be strong all the time. They just need to articulate when they need help. So I feel like I see somebody who's being like, for the first time in their life, they're being softer to themselves, is what I keep on seeing. But there's a lot of emotionality that's coming up there. Rotez, one card, general, please. We've got the Fool energy. So I feel like I'm seeing something. I feel like this is you kind of starting a new project, or starting, like, taking a new approach to something, or seeing something in a different way. Yeah, particularly with this Six of Wands in its reversal. Like the Six of Wands in its reversal is like I keep on seeing uh I feel like it's you helping another person understand that, like, you know, the worst thing you can do in experience is try to negate the possibility of things, right? Like the ability of another person, like when you like the energy that often articulates like we can't is often working through the capacity of our own energetic projections. Because like when we're working into, the space of what is possible, then it's the shape by which we're able to see the possibilities that we arrive to through being able to effectively like not focus on the limitation, but focusing upon like it's not the space by which we can't things, it's the space by which we identify the like the beautiful, like instead, like you almost having a conversation with someone and saying, instead of can't, try, right? Because beautiful things occur when our can't becomes a try, because it's the space by which we see there's no hurt, there's no hurt in trying, because when we try we sometimes find new possibilities. Per energy, oh, I got you. Energetic pet reading, please. I feel like somebody's like kind of vibing on the fact that something's coming back to normal. um yeah, and now like, you know, here's like, now I see some energy, right? Like now, only now that energy, like somebody's like moved away, they're like, where are they, you know, like they're like admitting the fact that they were starting to get used to having someone energetically there, is what I keep on seeing. Yes, but there you go, especially with the otter energy, right? I almost see someone being like, it's gotten a little quiet around here, hasn't it? You know what I mean? Like, mm-hmm. Yep. Ivana. Whoop. Highest priority, please. Yeah, this feels very energetically connected to the dream, which is helping you see something from a different perspective, because I feel like, you know, I have to understand, even as you overcame those three difficult relationships, they left their mark on you, right? Because, and I keep on hearing like in the first dream, like the mark that was left on, yeah, there you go, right? The three marks you're working to heal, like the space by which you potentially, somebody was holding you to an unreasonable ideal, right? The space that it's okay to admit, if even if everything's perfect, we don't have energetic feelings sometimes, and that's beyond our control. And the space by which we understand, like we fortify, like jealousy, like jealousy in another can often be like the space by which we identify jealousy in another, like, and you have to understand, this is why you saw that large essence in energy that was green, because jealousy speaks towards greed, right? And often you understand, like often the energy that's jealous is navigating the fact that there's greed there, because it's like the observation of seeing something and not reveling in it, but feeling the frustration that we don't energetically possess it. So I feel like this is a lot of the work that I see that you're continuing to work through as it relates to those relationships. And this is why, and I want you to understand this, you're actively doing that, right? And I feel like that's leading to the fact that the result of that is connected to your anxiety and relationality to you feeling, right, the capacity that you felt at the end of that dream, where you felt the anxiety about if you didn't do something, something bad was going to happen. The combination of those wounds is why you feel that way, right? So that's why it's not true, but you being able to identify that is how you're going to work to release that energetic anxiety that you may carry. Animal oracle. Yeah, the goose, right? The guides, like the energy standing there helping you see it so that you can facilitate healing through it. Yeah, I drew your card, Rainbow. Did you miss it? Highest party for Kath, please. We've got four. They got the four of Pentacles coming through. It's a continuation of the read that we gave. I keep on seeing the energy that your divine counterpart will identify what's occurring. They will work very hard to be clear with you. Yeah, and like it's saying to me, like especially with the Three of Swords, you are not a complication, and things are not complicated, right? Like when someone says things are complicated, they're trying to make you. They're trying, like, when we care about each other, we don't bring each other into our complication. We work on becoming clearer to one another. which is the space by which another person, like I keep on hearing, like your divine counterpart is going to claim you in relationality, not articulate that it's a complication, because a complication, like a complication is a convenient way of saying I'm not inclined to explain to you what's occurring, right? And being like, you can just say that to someone, being like, it seems to me that you're utilizing complication to avoid telling me what's going on. Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. I always felt called to pursue that path since childhood, despite not knowing anyone who is. You did in the past life, is what I was getting. Absolutely, dear. Thank you as well, Nina. You're so welcome, Kath. Oh, thank you. Thank you as well, Nikki, for the compliment. Mm-hmm. One moment, just reading over. I know. I want to point. I know that. I know that dream was really intense, but I feel like the intensity. You have to understand they were trying to show you that to say like this is the full scope of what you're healing from. You know. Mm-hmm. You're so welcome, dear, and sending you so much support on that journey. Yep. I got you, Ruby. Got the Lover's card and its reversal. I feel like I see somebody who's trying to heal their relationship. Two relationships. Yeah, especially with the Empress card and its reversal. Um, there's fear there. I feel like it's almost somebody navigating a mother wound. Yeah, especially with the blank manifestation card. Um, I feel like it's somebody who puts too much responsibility in relationship. In terms of like working, like I keep on hearing like we are blessings in each other's experience, not burdens. So I almost see somebody that's trying to find like, I feel like I see somebody that's recognizing that they need to heal the way that they perceive relationship, potentially having to do with some kind of unhealthy relationship that they experienced at a very early time in their life, right? Like there's I keep on hearing not everything is a foregone conclusion in terms of what can like in terms of what can effectively happen, you know? One card, yeah, animal oracle on it. Yeah, especially with the cat energy, right? It's not like it's not a healthy relationship is not hostile territory. It can be a very supportive environment with the right person. One card, highest priority for Gabrielle, please. Two cards coming out. Yeah, I mean, it feels to me like there's some kind of energy here. Um, it's very interesting because every time I read for you, it says to me that um, you're like you are in the space by which you recognize and identify that um, that you need care too, is what I keep on getting. Right, like your ability to articulate. And I feel like it's interesting too because it's saying to me that when we identify a need expressed is a need met. A need expressed is a need met. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Hierophant in its reversal, because the ability to effectively work through, like the observation of working through the context of anticipating our needs, is something that we often cultivate in a trauma environment, right? Because the space by which another person feels like we should be energetically, like the space by which we feel that something is happening because we didn't anticipate another's need, is a result of having to heal from a trauma environment. Because animal oracle, Yeah, because in healthy environments, we just articulate upon the things that we want and we receive them. It's that simple, right? But when we have to like when we have to work through when we have to work through the observation of understanding the full expanse of what we're working to heal, then it sometimes starts with the first experience by which we felt that there was something wrong with having a need in the first place. And I feel like there's something about that you're working to heal that help you build into healthy relationship, particularly and especially. And I think that it's hard though, because I feel like I see some kind of energy like coming towards you from a space of longing. But I keep on hearing, remember, longing doesn't fix things. Clear manifestation goals do. You're so welcome, Kath. Excellent. Oh, I do but thank you. I'm so glad there's something here that's helping you today, Nina. I know it's very hard to trust individuals, especially when we've been hurt before, right? But that's what we do to heal. There's never a failure in trust. It's a failure in discernment. Trusting is always the highest gift we can give to each other. Just be clear in terms of your needs, Illy. Sending you support on that journey too. Thank you for also receiving this message, gentlemen. All right, my friends. Oh, I got you, Ava. One moment, please. Okay. I don't think here's the thing about it. It's not the fact the you have to understand your similarity here is a blessing, because I don't think it's going to be a negative. I think it's going to be an energetic positive. But the thing I keep on seeing is like for both of you, like having the confidence or the courage to I keep on hearing having the confidence and courage to how do I describe it? To break the ice is what I keep on getting. I feel like that's what both of you are working to do more, because I do notice that there's a tendency when I read for you between you and this energy of having a lot of introverted qualities or characteristics. Yeah, Sao energy, right? They're going to be working on it too, but I keep on hearing the space by which you articulate that that's something that you're working on, like it's a vulnerability that becomes the strong suit is what I keep on seeing, right? Because I see them getting better at being out in public or speaking more upon themselves, much like I feel like much the same way that you are. So Mahak, we actually already did the free reading today. We do a free reading each day. You can actually find it. And again, I hope you find what you're looking for. So hi there, Funny. These are donation based reads. The list is closed today. We're doing 1-card readings right now for those who are paid members and subscribers. You're so welcome, Ava. I got you, Esteban. I see it now. Just bear with me a moment. Yeah, thank you. Hold on a minute. Oh, thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. I just did an astrology read, Illy, on all of the signs. You can find it over on my stack as well. Thank you. I do feel like that is a burden for me to ask for what I want or need. But this is you have to understand like this is what I see that you're working to heal. Right? And the space by which, if I keep wondering, as long as what you're asking is something that you would reasonably give another, it's not too much to ask. Right? That's reciprocal. Being afraid of turned down. But here's the thing about it. It's the quality and character. As long as it's reciprocal, then that's you finding reciprocal relationship. I got you, Nikki. 1 card. Oh, on their situation. I got you, dear. 1 card for Nikki. It's very similar to the reading we gave the other day. Some things we have to leave to time, which is the observation or the understanding of being able to understand, right? Like it feels to me like I know it's hard, but like when I talk about the space by which we say some experiences need to be lived through, right? That's not a failure point on their part. It's the observation, right? Remembering, I keep on getting remembering that energy connected to it is as astute as you are in terms of what is effectively occurring, right? And all you can do when you're working through that is remember, right? You can't fake love. You know, that's the funny thing about it. Like you don't have to defend love. You don't need to articulate love. You just need to give it, right? Right? The answer to all of it is putting more love on the problem. And I feel like it's hard because I can see it's kind of working through unfairness, but like unfairness, like love resolves the unfairness we experience because the love shines through. I feel like that observation or you being able to articulate experiences where you had that occur. I don't know why I keep on hearing one of your guides say you were in the exact same situation. Tell them about your experience navigating something in some way, shape, or form that was similar, is what I keep on seeing. I got you, Esteban. One card, highest priority. Whoop, I got time. Um, it's interesting. I feel like this is you bringing light to a situation by which others don't see the nuances of. You know, don't underestimate your ability to speak on something. You know, because if you've got firsthand experience upon it, your voice is important. It's not just important, it's necessary. You know, especially if you've got a different take on something. Is what I keep on hearing. You're like, wait a minute, like it's like that's important, right? I know it's hard because it does feel like it feels like something that feels a little against the grain. Is it against the grain in the best way possible? Because that's good. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You do? Oh, that's weird. Mm-hmm. I strongly felt like that. Oh, I would love to know what you guys were hearing. Yeah, I strongly felt that being a part. Uh, I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. I want to make sure like your first priority is making sure that you're in a space by which you're safe, seen, and supported. Remember, that's always Spirit's first directive is making sure like being able to prioritize one's own sense of safety because that's the best way that we're able to serve all of those around us. So make sure that you're in a safe space and make sure that you're doing the things that you need to do to prioritize your safety. And that'll allow you to be able to just start there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we just keep showing up. Interesting. You're so welcome, Nikki. Again, my friends, I want to thank you so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Um, just a reminder, we are going to. You're so welcome, Ava. How you doing today, KMR? Welcome as well, Barbara. And funny, as I mentioned, these are donation-based readings, so I'm happy to do a personal read for you if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow. I will be on tomorrow. I will probably be on a little bit shorter than typical. We'll be on tomorrow, I believe at 8:15 a.m. PST, 11:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you just need to go up to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating the bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. If you became a super fan or paid member today, oh, Nicole, I did not mean to skip you, dear. If I missed anybody, please go ahead and put your question in the comments. I didn't see the question come through. Thank you, Ella. You're so welcome, Yaz. If you became a super fan or paid member today, welcome. Please message me directly and I'll be happy to give you with the disco gift and I'll be happy to give you an invitation to our subscriber only disco channel. You can introduce yourself to the collective and you'll also find there a coupon code to our next tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, June 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our study into the tarot with a focus on the ace cards. Nicole, one card, energetic read on emotional. Okay, I see you, dear. Okay. it feels like something like like it says to me like the transformation in terms of reaching some kind of point of conclusion around something that allows for a new solid ground to be created, right? And I keep on getting that something about that, right? Like the difference between energy, like I feel like it's almost like an alleviation point in relationality to hostility, because it feels like I see somebody kind of working through, like I see the difference between someone working through an energetic grievance. Animal oracle, yeah, particularly and especially with the adder energy. I feel like there's like, it says to me like it feels like I don't know, I keep on hearing the word like somebody being energetically misinformed about something in terms of like what they're articulating versus what they can expect, because I keep on see I feel like I keep on getting the energy, like I keep on getting the energy around something that's heard everything before. Like there's something about this that I keep on getting, which is like not something, it's not, I feel like it's not something that feels surprising, but something that another person anticipates or expects. The Ruby, so if you missed any of them, they're up on the place where we keep the videos. They shall all be listed there. But I was seeing like what I basically identified, it was the Lover's card in its reversal, which is somebody working through the observation of the fact that they have a lot of healing to do as it relates to their conception of relationship, is what I was getting. Potentially connected to some traumatizing experiences that they saw, particularly very early on in their experience, right? Like letting go of some like inner child wounds related to what they expected or anticipated in relationship. Absolutely. You're so welcome, dear. If you feel lost right now, Illy, I want you to focus on being found, which means find healthy ground for you to build into something stabilizing and supportive. And I hope these messages help you right now. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and receiving these messages. As I mentioned, we'll be on tomorrow. Yeah, we're doing one cards right now, Lisa, if you haven't had your one card yet. Excellent. And just a reminder, my friends, yep. Yeah, absolutely. Can you just let me know what you would like? I'm just waiting for your question to come through, Lisa. General with partnership. I feel like this feels healthy. This feels productive. I feel like, one of the things I'm seeing with this full moon is being able to talk about having deep conversations on what needs to heal or old wounds that we're working through. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Ace of Wands. I just keep on seeing like a little, like there's something about this energy that we identify and articulate, like like understanding the context by which what we're trying to work through helps us to build better ground, right? It says we have to go like we go deep in terms of understanding another, like our feelings, so that another person can find us where we are. So I feel like there's something important about that, especially with the animal oracle of the bee energy, right? Like somebody articulating, like someone who delights in having heavy conversations, specifically and particularly because it's the ability to express the full capacity of what it is, like the way we feel about one another. So I feel like there's almost like you and another person sharing a moment in terms of identifying the way that you feel, that feels new because you haven't experienced it, you know so I feel like there's like it's like it's interesting too, because I feel like it's very nourishing, but it's intense. I got you, Julia. Highest best related to finances. Yeah, spread it out. I keep on getting there's something about you creating a spreading it out, which says like I see you not necessarily doing a particular like one thing, but having many different places is how you're building stabilization. Oh, I tend to agree, OG. Bottom of the deck with the sun card in its reversal, right? Like this is what I keep on getting because I almost feel like I see a lot of energy trying to get you. Like I kept on saying, like the energy that's trying to play tug of war with you as you're trying to build collectively, like that is the energy you have to move away from, right? Because if someone is trying to build, if you're trying to build connectedness and someone's being possessive of your energy, what they're effectively doing is they're denying themselves the possibility of a lifetime, is what I keep on seeing. So make sure that you're recognizing and identifying that because I feel like I see you in the midst of building like a supportive energetic network for yourself, right? And when you're networking, you can't, I keep wondering, you can't have possessive energy in a network. Absolutely. And thank you so much for receiving this message as well. Thank you, King, for the sharing the live. And thank you for also receiving this message, Illy. Yep. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing these readings. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mod, K Megan. I hope you're getting rest wherever you may be. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.